Gurdjieff gang, Gurdjieff gang, Gurdjieff gang, Gurdjieff gang, Gurdjieff gang, Gurdjieff gang. We're here. It's the last day of the year, at least Gregorian remix style. We're here, we're back, and we're back to the beginning.
Hey.
So we are bringing it back to the Beelzebub's tales to his grandson. We're bringing it back for all of you. We're bringing it back for all of us. This is going to be amazing. All right. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing here for the noobs. So we're bringing back Gurdjieff gang. Gurdjieff gang is us gathering together, right? Discussing the body of work by G.I. Gurdjieff. So this next round of Gurdjieff gang, we'll be going back to the reading from the 3 books of the first series of G.I. Gurdjieff's All and Everything, entitled Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson. Yes, you heard that right. Beelzebub's Tales to his grandson. And before his grandson, before you get all bent out of shape and think this is some kind of, devil worship situation, it's all part of it. It's in the title. So let's talk about the book a little bit. Very briefly, because we're going to get into the forward and then the first chapter. This is our goal for today. So a little bit about the book. Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson is a book by G.I. Gurdjieff. It is the first book in the All and Everything trilogy. The book is a history of man, including the essential elements of Gurdjieff's system of consciousness, of conscious development. It is also known as an objectively impartial criticism of the life of man. So who's this Gurdjieff we talk about? So George Ivanovich Gurdjieff, also commonly referred to as Georges Ivanovich Gurdjieff and G.I. Gurdjieff, was an influential early 20th century mystic, philosopher, spiritual teacher, and composer, born in what was then an Armenian region of Russia, of Armenian and Greek descent. Gurdjieff taught that most humans do not possess unified mind-body consciousness, and thus live their lives in a state of hypnotic waking sleep, but that it is possible to transcend to a higher state of consciousness and achieve full human potential. Gurdjieff described a method attempting to do so called the discipline, the work, connoting work on oneself, or the method. According to his principles and instructions, Gurdjieff's method for awakening one's consciousness unites the methods of the fakir, monk, or yogi, and thus he referred to it as the fourth way. So that's a little taste. Oh my gosh, we have Bogey in the chat. It's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let me think about that for a second. So it's what? 12, 31, 23. Oh,
yeah, 12.
I love that. So there you have it. So how's everybody feeling going into this Beelzebubs? What?
I kind of missed him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's really nothing like it. And the work is what we've been doing here, right? The work is reading it, talking about it. It's nothing. It's a very natural thing. It's not forced. It's definitely takes dedication though. To show up, I think, is the most important part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The water bears.
I missed his way of. I missed his way of, his style of conversation and the way that he brings through his concepts and ideas, the languaging.
And it has a way of speaking.
And then having the discussions about things.
And in the discussions, it kind of sneaks up on you. An understanding that didn't quite hit the first, like when your eyes first laid across the letters, formulating the words that drive the thought, which is part of it, as we're going to review in the first chapter, the infamous first chapter. Wolfsberg is saying he's ready, he's a legit fakir. No, meaning Wolfsberg, he's saying I'm a legit fakir, meaning talking about himself. And then he's saying about Gurdjieff, his writing feels like morning coffee hides and interesting. Those beans. So, shall we dive in? Let's see what's going on here right now. Oh, I was like, what are these messages? And it's Craigbot. So let me go here, and let me go to the text. Delete, 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 delete. I have to be careful about this text. Okay. Why is it starting me on the last page of the actual book? That's interesting. Imagine reading it backwards. Oh my God. Revised edition. Interesting. Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, All and Everything, first series, Jack Gurdjieff. All right. An objectively impartial criticism of the life of man. In fact, if you look in the channel, do you see Gurdjieff's event notes? That's where you're going to find the text. If somebody could post it in the Lotus Lounge, that'd be great. I guess I could share my screen. If that's going to be challenging, though. But I could. Let me try that, actually. It might burn my battery, though. I'm just gonna jump again. It took me to the back of the book. Bring it to the front of the book. I see Gurdjieff's already up to his things. He's listening. Okay, so let's jump in. So this is 10 books in 3 series. The first series is 3 books under the title of Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, An Objectively Impartial Criticism of the Life of Man. The second series is 2 books under the common title of Meetings with Remarkable Men. The third series is 5 books under the title of Life is Real Only Then When I Am. All written according to entirely new principles of logical reasoning and directed toward the accomplishment of the following 3 fundamental tasks. The first series, the one we're reading now, is to destroy mercilessly and without any compromise whatever in the mentation and feelings of the reader the beliefs and views by centuries rooted in him about everything existing in the world. Oof. The second series, to acquaint the reader with the material required for a new creation and to prove the soundness and good quality of it. The third series is to assist the arising in the mentation and in the feelings of the reader of a veritable, non-fantastic representation, not of that illusory world which he now perceives, but of the world existing in reality. That's pretty intense, jumping out of the text. So some friendly advice, continuing on in the book. written impromptu by the author on delivering this book, already prepared for publication to the printer. According to the numerous deductions and conclusions resulting from my research concerning the profit contemporary people can obtain from new impressions coming from what they read or hear, and also according to the thought of one of the sayings of popular wisdom I have just remembered, handed down to our days from very ancient times. Any prayer may be heard and granted by the higher powers only if it is uttered thrice. First, for the welfare or the peace of the souls of one's parents. Second, for the welfare of one's neighbor. And only third, for oneself personally. I find it necessary on the first page of this book, now ready for publication, to give the following advice. Read each of my written expositions thrice. First, at least as you have already become mechanized to read all your contemporary books and newspapers. Second, as if you were reading aloud to another person. And only third, try to fathom the gist of my writings. Only then will you be able to count upon forming your own impartial judgment proper to yourself alone on my writings. And only then can my hope be actualized that according to your understanding, you will obtain the specific benefit for yourself, which I anticipate and which I wish for you with all my being. First book. Before we jump in, does anybody have anything they wanted to remark about that very unusual approach?
I think maybe it's gonna just take a quick moment to readjust to
the calibration, yeah.
The way. Yeah.
I feel that. Let's jump to Waterbear. I know he's going in the chat. Let's see. Okay. Intense is an understatement. When it comes to GG, prayer is telepathy involving communication with a higher being. Go back to the text here. So this is jumping into chapter 1. Yay, and it didn't reset my space. Awesome. This is page 6 of 1356. Or no, 36. No, 66. I can't see that. It's another thing. I need glasses for sure. That's fun. So let's jump in. Chapter 1 a little bit, and then if anybody else wants to read, let me get to a stopping point. And here we begin the journey. Now let's jump into the text. Chapter 1, the arousing of thought. Among all the convictions formed in my common presence during my responsible, peculiarly composed life, there is one unshakable conviction that people, whatever the degree of development of their understanding, and whatever the form taken by the factors present in their individuality for engendering all kinds of ideals, always and everywhere on earth feel the imperative need, on beginning anything new, to pronounce aloud, or if not aloud, at least mentally, that particular invocation, understandable to even the most ignorant person, which has been formulated in different ways in different epochs, and in our day is expressed in the following words. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. This is why I now also, in setting forth on this venture quite new for me, namely authorship, begin by pronouncing this invocation, and pronounce it not only aloud, but even very distinctly, and as the ancient Tolosites used to say, with a fully manifested intonation, of course, only to the extent permitted by data already formed in my whole presence and thoroughly rooted in it for such a manifestation, data, by the way, which are generally formed in a man's nature during his preparatory years, and which later, during his responsible life, determine the character and vivifyingness of such an intonation. So jumping out of the text here, I think where this is going is the three, mind, body, spirit, in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting because we even did one time, someone was in here, I'm forgetting his name, but he's always been really supportive of events. He held an event in here, and it was about the Lord's Prayer, and he used AI, and he looked up asked AI how frequently the Lord's Prayer was shared globally, or how it was some astounding statistics. Like, I couldn't even get my head around it. It was so resonant and common beyond, like, stats were insane, and it's in all the languages, obviously. And to really feel the full girth, the scope and scale in totality was, mind-blowing is the closest thing I can come to speak on it. And then just hearing the words, revisiting the words. Obviously, there's different versions of it, but this is what closes that prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or Holy Ghost. Amen, right? So it'll be interesting to see where he goes. Excuse me. Let me see if the Watch Bear is saying something here in the chat. The Watch Bear says, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, mind, body, spirit. Yes, that's what I'm saying. So let's jump right back in. Let's see if I'm going to keep my place here. Yes. So, jumping back in, this is why I now also, in setting forth on this venture, quite new to me. Oh, nope, read that already. So that's the authorship. Okay. No, but maybe it's not. 1 second. He's repeating himself. No, this is, I've already read this. Vivifying this, such an invocation. Here we go. Having begun thus, I can now be quite at ease, and should even, according to contemporary notions of religious morality, be completely assured that from now on everything in this new venture of mine will proceed, as is said, like a pianola. Okay, because a pianola is an instrument, right? Isn't it 3 instruments in one? The pianola. So I should get out my.
Let's have a look.
Let me get my. Give me a second.
So apparently it was the first practical pneumatic piano player called the pianola. Invented in 1896.
So is it a 3 in 1 to parallel off the mind, body, and soul, or?
No, so it's similar to a piano, but it's fitted with the pneumatic player action, which plays paper rolls.
Oh, it's
interesting.
It's a self-play.
I'm not sure where
it's what you had at the Westerns. Like the pianola, if you see like in the saloons, like it's like it's the stuff that's playing autonomously. Interesting.
All right.
Okay. All right, Gigi. So he's gonna approach it like a pianola, huh? All right. He said, well, from now on, everything in this new venture of mine will proceed, as is said, like a pianola. Let's see how this unravels. Jumping back in on page 7. In any case, this is the way I have begun. And how the rest will go, I can only say, as the blind man put it, we shall see. First and foremost, I shall place my hand, moreover the right one, which although at the moment is slightly injured due to an accident that recently befell me, is nevertheless really my own, and has never once failed me in all my life, on my heart, of course also my own, but on the consistency, on the constancy or inconsistency of this part of my whole, I see no need to expatiate here, and frankly confess that I myself have not the slightest wish to write, but am constrained to do so by my circumstances, quite independent of me. Though whenever these circumstances arose accidentally or were created intentionally by extraneous forces, I do not yet know. I only know that these circumstances bid me write not just some trifle for reading oneself to sleep, but thick and weighty tomes. However that may be, I begin. But begin with what? Oh, the devil! Will there indeed be repeated that strange and extremely unpleasant sensation it befell me to experience about 3 weeks ago, while I was composing in my thoughts the scheme and sequence of the ideas I intended to publish, and did not know then either how to begin? This sensation I could only describe in these words: the fear of drowning in the overflow of my own thoughts. To stop this disagreeable sensation, I might still have recourse to that maleficent property inherent in me, as in all contemporary people, which enables us, without experiencing any remorse of conscience whatever, to put off anything we wish to do till tomorrow.
The man speaks of procrastination.
Very well said. Yeah.
Words.
Yeah, and the self-talk that we do to allow that space, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I could have done this very easily because before beginning the actual writing, there seemed to be plenty of time. But today, this is no longer so. And cost what it may, even though I burst, I must begin. But begin what? No, but begin with what? Hurrah! Eureka! Almost all the books I have happened to read in my life have begun with a preface. So I too must begin with something of the kind. I say of the kind. Pardon?
This seems
This
to be the
is
preface. He's already going back.
like the author's note, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's kind of. This is like the preface to the preface. This is like the preface in real time, spilling out on the page. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
It is.
It's interesting.
Just get your boots strapped up because it's about to. It's like when you hit a bell. You hit a bell, like you hear that initial sound of the thing hitting the metal, and then it's like wow, wow, wow. It's with the preface.
Yep.
So just jumping back in. So I too must begin with something of the kind. I say of the kind because in my entire life, from the moment I began to distinguish boy from a girl, I have always done everything, absolutely everything, not as it's done by other, like myself, biped destroyers of nature's good. Therefore, I ought now, and am perhaps even bound on principle, to begin not as any other would. In any case, instead of the conventional preface, I shall begin quite simply with a warning. Beginning with a warning will be most judicious on my part, if only because it will not contradict any of my principles, whether organic, psychic, or even willful. At the same time, it will be quite honest. Honest, of course, in the objective sense, since I expect without the least doubt, as do all those who know me well, that owing to my writings, there will entirely disappear in the majority of readers, immediately and not gradually, as sooner or later must occur to everyone, all the treasures they have acquired either by inheritance or by their own labor in the form of quieting notions that evoke only romantic images of their present lives or naive dreams about the future. Professional writers usually begin such introductions with an address to the reader full of all kinds of bombastic, magniloquent, and so to say, honeyed and inflated phrases. In this alone, I shall follow their example and also begin with an address to the reader, but I shall try not to make it as sugary as they usually do with their evil wiseacring, by which they titillate the sensibilities of the more or less normal reader. Thus, my dear, highly honored, strong-willed, and of course very patient sirs, and my very dear, charming, and impartial ladies, forgive me. I have omitted the most important. My in no wise hysterical ladies. Oh boy. I have, here he goes with the, you know what I mean? His humor, it's jumping out of the text, his humor is very unique and
yeah, he's being hella
he can be
sarcastic.
sarcastic, but it's in a very playful yet can be jarring way. It's almost like to stir the pot, right?
Mhm.
He likes to stir the pot.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, by the way.
No worries.
Sorry.
He likes to definitely stir the pot and then also feed you from that pot. And sometimes it's very hot, and then he'll say, "Why didn't you blow on it?" Without saying it. You know what I mean? It's weird. Yeah. I have the honor to inform you that although due to circumstances that have arisen in one of the later stages of my life, I am now going to write books. During my whole life, I have never written a single book or instructive article or even a letter in which it was necessary to observe what is called grammaticality. So that although I am about to become a professional writer, I have no practice at all in the established rules and procedures or in what is called bon ton literary language, and am therefore constrained to write not as ordinary patented writers do, to whose form of writing you are in all probability as much accustomed as to your own smell. In my opinion, what will be troublesome for you in all this is chiefly that in childhood there was implanted in you and has now become perfectly harmonized with your general psyche an excellently working autonomism for perceiving all kinds of new impressions, thanks to which blessing you have now during your responsible life no need to make any individual effort whatsoever. To speak frankly, I personally see the central point of my confession not in my lack of experience in the rules and procedures of writers, but in my ignorance of what I have called bon ton literary language, required in contemporary life, not only of authors, but even of all ordinary mortals. As regards the former, that is to say, my lack of experience in the rules and procedures of writers, I am not greatly disturbed. And I am not disturbed because in the life of contemporary people, this lack of experience is in the order of things. This new blessing arose and is flourishing everywhere on earth thanks to an extraordinary disease which for the last 20 or 30 years, for some reason or other, has afflicted all those persons from among the three sexes who sleep with half-open eyes and whose faces are fertile soil for the growth of every kind of pimple. This strange disease is manifested thus: if the invalid is somewhat literate, if the invalid is somewhat literate and his rent is paid for 3 months in advance, he, she, or it inevitably starts writing some instructive article, if not a whole book. Knowing all about this new human disease and its epidemic spread on earth, I naturally have the right to assume that you have acquired immunity to it, as the medical experts would say, and that you would therefore not be too indignant at my lack of experience in the rules and procedures of writers. That is why I make the center of gravity of my warning my ignorance of bon ton literary language. In self-justification, and also perhaps to lessen the disapproval in your waking consciousness of my ignorance of this language indispensable for contemporary life, I consider it necessary to say with humble heart and cheeks flushed with shame that although I too was taught this language in my childhood, and although some of my elders who prepared me for responsible life, constantly forced me, without sparing any means of intimidation, to learn by rote the host of nuances that in their totality compose this contemporary delight. Yet unfortunately, of course for you, of all that I learned by rote, nothing stuck, and nothing whatever has survived for my present activities as a writer. And if nothing stuck, it was not through any fault of mine or my former respected and non-respected teachers. This human labor was spent in vain, owing to an unexpected and quite exceptional event that occurred at the moment of my apprentice on God's earth at which moment, as a certain well-known European occultist explained to me, after very minute, what are called psychophysico astrological. Nice. Very minute, what are called psychophysico astrological investigations through the hole in the window pane made by our crazy, lame goat, there poured vibrations of sound from an Edison phonograph in the neighbor's house, while the midwife who delivered me had in her mouth a lozenge saturated with cocaine of German make, moreover not ersatz, which she was sucking on to the sound of the music without the proper enjoyment. Aside,
A cocaine lozenge.
yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Damn.
Aside from this event, rare in the everyday life of people, my present situation also came about because later on in my preparatory and adult life, as I must confess, I myself surmised after long reflection based on the method of the German professor you want to go for it? Stumpfenschmausen. Stumpfenschmausen. I always, both instinctively and automatically, and sometimes even consciously, that is, on principle, avoided using this language for intercourse with others. And I manifested myself thus in regard to this trifle, perhaps not such a trifle, thanks to 3 data formed in my entirety during my preparatory age, about which data I intend to inform you in this first chapter of my writings. However that may be, the fact remains, illuminated from every side like an American advertisement, which fact cannot now be changed by any forces, even with the know-how of the experts in monkey business, that I, who have in recent years been considered by many people a rather good teacher of temple dances, have today become a professional writer and will, of course, write a great deal. And as it has been proper to me since childhood, whenever I do anything, to do a great deal of it, nevertheless, not having, as you see, the automatically acquired and automatically manifested practice needed for this, I shall be obliged to write all I have thought out in the plain, simple, everyday language established by life, without any literary manipulations or grammatical wiseacres. Does anyone want to jump in on page 12?
Yeah, sure. I see the water bearer has some comments that he made. So he's saying that the history of books is as such that in the beginning, books were only written about true and great knowledge, not like today, where they write books filled with false knowledge about anything and everything to keep the masses ignorant as educated illiterates. These original books were epics, and Gigi attempts to write in the same spirit to truly enlighten. He has also said that rote learning makes you insecure because your subconscious knows you don't understand it. Nice.
Could you post the or give me the link to the PDF
Sure,
over
I'll
there?
post it in Lotus Lounge because
So
I'm right here. You know.
thank you.
Where is it? I see it here now. Let me copy it. Here, I'm going to tag you in it because I can't really copy it because it's a post of a PDF. So let me tag you in the post for the water bear. 1 second, wait for it. I'm replying, and then I'm going to at you. Integrity. I'm just doing all this from my phone, so it's a little bit cumbersome. Integrity.
You.
Hi,
Hey,
Ace. Did you get it, Integrity? No, I'm
What's
asking
that?
Integrity if you got the.
Oh,
Hi.
What's up?
good morning. The tag
Why
didn't
is
pop
it,
up at the
it
top
doesn't
like it
even tag
usually
you?
does.
What's your name? It's the word integrity, right?
With a
Oh,
one
see,
instead of
there you
nine.
go with your wiseacring. Gotcha. This is what I got you. There you
That's
go.
it.
There you go, boo. No, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Would anyone like to jump in? It looks like we're at page. If I didn't lose my place here. Oh, sure. Yeah,
I think it's 12.
go
So
for
I can
it.
go if... Alright, so the last was...
The top of the
okay, he was
page.
talking about
Mm-hmm.
literary manipulations or grammatical wiseacrings. Okay, so... but the pot is not yet full. I have still not decided the most important question of all the most important question of all, in which language to write. Although I have begun to write in Russian, nevertheless in that language, as the wisest of the wise, Mullah Nasser Eddin would say, you cannot go far. The Russian language is very good. It cannot be denied, I even like it. But only for swapping anecdotes and for referring to someone's parentage. The Russian language is like the English, which is also very good, but only for discussing in smoking rooms, while settled in an easy chair with legs stretched out on another one. The topic of Australian frozen meat, or perhaps the Indian question. Both of these languages are like the dish known in Moscow as solyanka, into which goes anything and everything except you and me. In fact, everything you wish, even the after-dinner cheshma of Scheherazade. It must also be said that owing to all kinds of conditions accidentally, or perhaps not accidentally, formed in my youth, I have had to learn very seriously, and of course always with self-compulsion, to speak, read, and write in a great many languages, and to such a degree of fluency that if in following this profession unexpectedly forced on me by fate, I decided to not take advantage of the automatism acquired by practice, I could perhaps write in any one of them. But in order to make judicious use of this automatism acquired by a long practice, I would have to write either in Russian or in Armenian, because during the last 2 or 3 decades, the circumstances of my life have been such that I have had to use just these 2 languages for communication with others, and consequently have had more practice in them. Oh, the devil! Even in a case like this, one of the aspects of my peculiar psyche, unusual for a normal man, has already begun to torment the whole of me. And the torment I feel at this moment is, at almost too mellow age, is derived from a property implanted in childhood in my peculiar psyche, with a lot of rubbish unnecessary for contemporary life, that automatically compels the whole of me always and in everything to act only according to popular wisdom.
Oh my God. Yeah.
What'd you say?
He's describing right now. Oh, what he's describing right now, I really relate with it.
It's awesome.
I can't read. I can't describe it better than he has.
This is
But
yep. This is he has a way of, it's like a 360 and beyond way of thoroughly addressing states of being, be it a joke, be it satire, be it writing, be it even following the road that's common, you know? I find it very thorough.
Yeah.
Yes. And not in an exhaustive sense, which I can see by some people perceive that when they dabble in it. But when you truly experience his work, it's like it is a necessary thoroughness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. You're doing it. You're speaking it really well too right now. I just find myself needing to shut up because you and the author are so correct. It's delightful. Please continue.
You're delightful.
All right. Shall I continue, or is there anything more?
Let's see what the word. Well, I'd like to speak on also the language choice. So what he was breaking down, and he was making little jokes about localism in terms of the food, and what he was talking about, in my humble opinion, was that even when he quoted, this was the first quote that we've come across here with the Nasaradin, saying it won't last long. No, what was the exact quote? Let's look at it. It won't take you there, something like that. It was like, let's see. Called Nasara Eddin is a little known. Oh no, this is the denotation. So let's see what the actual Australian frozen meats. What was it? What he said? Oh, you cannot go far. So Mullah Nasaruddin would say, you cannot go far with me. So he's referencing the languages he was exploring. Like English doesn't allow for it. This was really poignant, and he's going to get, if I recall, if my recollection is accurate, he's going to get deeper into the fact why he chose Russian. And I find it fascinating as someone who, the storytelling is in my heart. And to reach people on a level and to discuss things of such a complicated nature is the human condition, right? And doing, an expose on the life of mankind through the lens of Beelzebub's tales to his grandson. It just blows my mind, and I personally, have lived all over the world in different capacities growing up, but I'm not fluent across languages. I've dabbled in French quite deeply because it was part of the curriculum when I was schooling abroad, and got up to even French 6, I believe, was the highest. And then very quickly went back, started Spanish when I'm back in the States, because the highest that the high school went was French 2, and the teacher was forcing me to say bonjour, and that was not sustainable for me. So I very quickly moved to Spanish, which I enjoy speaking very much. However, this learned man and his linguistic capability far surpasses mine. I think my mom speaks about 6 languages. I think Gurdjieff spoke maybe 12, 11 languages. So it's fascinating. Yeah,
Holy shit! I
yeah.
was about to ask how many languages he
Mhm.
was in.
And
That's
he's going to get
wild.
into the minutia of, how he wrote the book in these different languages and how involved he was even in the respective translations. So I just wanted to shout out that, you know, there's a lot more, he's touching on it lightly, but he's definitely, to choose the language of a book like this is you don't even think about it, at least for me in first reading this, like it didn't even come to a thought because I think in English. So, yeah. So let's see what the Wolf Bear is saying here. Ooh. He's giving us a shout out. Much obliged for reading, including his comments. You all are doing all the heavy lifting. God bless you in the event. Bless you, sir. So he's pasting the arousing of thought. Both these languages are like a dish which is called in Moscow Solyanka. So this was in the text, and into which everything goes except you and me. In fact, everything you wish, and even the after dinner cheshma. So cheshma means veal. So basically, it's like a gumbo. You know what I mean? Like everything's in there.
The veil.
Veil. Oh, it means veil.
Uh, yeah, it's the veil of
So what
Scheherazade.
is the
Yeah,
veil of Scheherazade?
wasn't Scheherazade like a princess or
Oh, is this
something?
going back to the 1001
Princess
Nights? I don't
Scheherazade.
know. Let's look it up. The veil of Scheherazade.
Mm-hmm.
Just logging in my thing. 1 second. The veil of Scheherazade. What is the veil of Scheherazade? I hope I'm spelling it right. Let's see if I spelled it right. No, so let me look up how to spell it. The veil of... Oh yeah, I was nowhere near spelling that right. Oh my goodness. Like, Scheherazade. Goodness gracious. Okay, the hidden face of Scheherazade. Stories from... Let's see here. The hidden face of Scheherazade. These are all just, the SEOs. Veiled and twirling beneath a beaded curtain of opulent red and gold. Her mysterious eyes appear and disappear. So what is the veil of Scheherazade? Why isn't it giving me an explanation? Let's see.
I think maybe he's just kind of referring to it in a more metaphorical way, like
a Danish Scheherazade? I thought this was an Arabian thing. Veil, it is the 5001 Nights. Her veil sparkled with sequins and silver beads. She wore pale lilac. So Scheherazade, this is the lessons from Scheherazade. So this is the 5001 Nights, Arabian Nights. This is the stories. Yes, I remember this. There's a lot of references to that as we continue. The hidden face of Scheherazade, it's a huge thing. It's referenced throughout culture. From these, I thought it was 1001, but this was a 5000 Arabian Nights.
5,000.
Yeah, didn't you think it was 1001? But it's 5000 for some reason.
Yeah, because didn't she tell like the stories for 1001 Nights?
Exactly.
So that he didn't kill her?
That's what I recall. Anyway, more to come on that because it will be mentioned again because I remember this part. So let's see if he has it. Anything else he's saying here, Washbear, before we jump back in? Oh, here we go. FYI, Sanskrit language pronunciations try to embody the spirit of the concepts it addresses with its vocabulary. In other words, example, Davani is sound in Sanskrit. When you pronounce the word in Sanskrit, you have to actively use your vocal cords and vibrate them to pronounce the word correctly. In other words, the word embodies the essence, spirit of the concept it labels, addresses. That is so beautiful, Washbear. I love that. And I probably didn't pronounce it right. Devani. I don't know. But that's beautiful. I love that. Just very beautifully said. There's a beingness to speaking, to exchanging feelings and emote. Oh, he recorded it. Listen to it. Devani. Okay.
Bonbonklot.
Let's jump back in.
Wop, 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 wop.
So, in the present case, as always, when I'm in doubt,
Hey, Rastafari, we're doing an event. You can stay, but it's important to be respectful of the space, right? Thank you.
So, in the present case, as always, when I am in doubt, there has just slipped uninvited into my brain.
Go ahead, he's gone.
There has just slipped uninvited into my brain, which is constructed unsuccessfully to the point of mockery, that saying of popular wisdom which existed in very ancient times and which has come down to our day in the following words: every stick has two ends. In trying to understand the underlying thought and the real meaning hidden in this strange formulation, any more or less sane-thinking man will, in my opinion, soon come to the conclusion that all the ideas contained in the saying are based on the truth, recognized by people for centuries, that every phenomenon in the life of man is due to two causes of opposite character, and divides into two exactly opposite results, which in their turn become the cause of new phenomena. For example, if something obtained from two opposing causes produces light, then this something must also inevitably produce the opposite phenomenon, that is darkness. Or again, if a factor engenders an impulse of palpable satisfaction in the organism of a living creature, it likewise inevitably engenders dissatisfaction, of course, also palpable, and so on and so forth, always and in everything.
So can we talk about that? The two ends of the stick. This is very profound. How did that? Anybody jump in? Like, what does that mean to you?
He's describing duality, which is something that humans tend to struggle with because they take the universe and they take a phenomenon or a stick within it, and they do, like just what he says, they divide it into two, and it's always two. That's why we call it duality. It's more than two. The stick has a middle, a big ass middle. It is not the middle. It is barely ends at all. So by focusing on one end, which you might regard as useful or helpful or positive or something, that's something we tend to do, attached to something nice, like light, like the sun in the sky, then you also have to, oh no, now that I've focused on the sun and I love the sun so much, oh no, now the sun's gone. Now I have to focus on the absence of it. And here you are dualizing dualistic big wide open spaces in between the extremes that we just kind of ignore because we're trying to get from one end to the other. And this dualism is a cause of a lot of our suffering. And he's pointing it out like, oh, we need to pay attention to the fact that there is dualism, that when you have a good, you have a bad, that everything's counterbalanced. Now you're going from noticing one phenomenon, which is like the beautiful sun, to noticing two phenomenon, which is the sun in the absence of sun. But you got to go even further than dualism, and you got to always wholly and see that it's everything. And I feel like he's drawing us toward dualism, but not so far to draw us beyond dualism into your life.
It's like you can't have one without the other.
Right.
It's like the yin and the yang.
Yeah, but beyond the one and the other is everything.
Exactly. Because that's the harmonization.
Yeah.
Let's see what the wolf bear knows. Sure. Ding, 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 ding. Let's see here. Oh, this is the pronunciation. So we're good.
All right. Should I jump back in or? Okay. So, adopting here this example of popular wisdom formed in the course of centuries and expressed by the image of a stick, which as was said has indeed two ends, one end considered good and the other bad, then if I take advantage of the mentioned why can't I pronounce this? Automatism acquired by me through long practice, it will of course be very good for me personally, but according to the saying, for the reader it will be just the opposite. And what the opposite of good is, even every non-possessor of hemorrhoids can easily understand. In short, if I exercise my prerogative and take the good end of the stick, the bad end will inevitably fall on the reader's head. This may indeed happen, for in Russian it is impossible to express the, so to say, niceties of philosophical questions, which I intend to touch upon in my writings rather fully, whereas although it is possible to do so in Armenian, this language, to the misfortune of all contemporary Armenians, has now become quite impractical for expressing contemporary notions. In order to assuage the bitterness of my inner hurt owing to this, I must say that in my early youth, when I became interested in philosophical questions and was deeply absorbed in them, I preferred the Armenian language to all the others I then spoke, even including my native tongue. This language was my favorite at the time chiefly because it had its own character and had nothing in common with the neighboring or kindred languages. All its tonalities, as the learned philologists say, were peculiar to it alone. As I understood even then, it corresponded perfectly to the psyche of the people of that nation. But during the last 30 or 40 years, I've witnessed such a change in this language that although it has not completely lost the originality and independence it had possessed since the remote past, it has now become a sort of clownish potpourri of languages whose consonances, falling on the ear of a more or less attentive and conscious listener, sound like a collection of Turkish, Persian, French, Kurdish, and Russian tones. mixed with other indigestible and inarticulate noises. Also, the same might be said about my native language, Greek, which I spoke in childhood, and the taste of whose automatic associative power I still retain. I could, I dare say, express anything I wish in it even now, but it is impossible for me to employ it here for the simple and rather comical reason that someone must transcribe my writings and translate them into other languages. And who could do this? It can be said with certainty that even the best expert in modern Greek would understand simply nothing of what I would write in the tongue I assimilated in childhood. Because during the last 30 or 40 years, my dear compatriots, inflamed with a desire to be at all costs like the representatives of contemporary civilization, even in their conversation, have treated my dear native language just as the Armenians, anxious to become Russian intelligentsia, have treated theirs. The Greek language, whose spirit and essence were transmitted to me by heredity, and the language now spoken by contemporary Greeks, are as much alike as, according to the expression of Mullah Nasiruddin, a nail is like a requiem. And so...
What do you think about that? Well, let's define requiem. I don't think I've ever defined requiem before. I know the film Requiem for a Dream. Requiem definition. So requiem is, especially in the Roman Church, a mass for the response of the souls of the dead. A requiem was held for the dead queen. It's also a musical composition setting parts of a requiem mass or of a similar character. It's also an act or a token of remembrance. So what is his term here, Masmullah Sarsadin? He said a requiem of what? A nail is...
Yeah, I knew it as the musical piece. Or like...
A nail is like a requiem.
Yeah.
I'm still not connecting what that means. It holds things
maybe
together.
Let's see.
Because a nail, if...
Maybe he'll expound.
I think it's an artistic piece that triggers memory, or like but that might just be one.
Oh, so basically what he's saying is like he's comparing the ancient Greek to modern Greek, and he's saying that they're as alike as what a nail is, basically a nail to a requiem. So
correct.
they're opposites.
As you hammer a nail they're not alike. And a requiem is a composed, delicate, graceful thing. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Please continue.
So what is now to be done? Ah me, never mind, esteemed buyer of my wise acrings. As long as there is plenty of French Armenian and Khazarian Bastorma, I shall find a way even out of this tight corner.
Is that...
I am an old hand at this.
I think that's a spirit. He's talking about a cognac, right? So.
Sounds like a drink, yeah. Let's see.
I'm just making my little tea here. It's an after dinner thing. Aperitif, maybe.
So Okay, so yeah, it's basically a drink and this like a kind of a meat. It's an Armenian,
Like a cured meat.
highly seasoned, cured. Yeah.
Nice.
Meat.
The cultural references are fascinating. Yeah.
So. Yeah. So with his food and drink, he'll make it
So
through.
he definitely likes the imbibe. He likes the sippy sippies, that's for sure.
So he goes on to say, I am an old hand at this. In life, I have so often gotten into difficult situations and out of them that this has become almost a matter of habit with me. Meanwhile, I shall write partly in Russian and partly in Armenian, all the more since among those people always hanging around me, there are several who know how to get along more or less easily in both these languages, and I somehow entertain the hope that they will be able to transcribe and translate them fairly well for me.
Nice.
In any case, I repeat. Oh, sorry, would anyone like to read or say?
I'm going to check the chat. Requiem, a token of remembrance, yes. And then he goes on to say this is the watchbearer, the highest mountain has the deepest depth. Nietzsche. Every saint has a past. Popular proverb. Okay. We're all caught up. It's true to even get to sainthood. Yeah, this is even like what people say about spirituality, right? Healers didn't get there on rose petals and gumdrops and rainbows. It's like, it's a journey of pain, blood, sweat, tears, and growth to offer that information, that wisdom to others, I think it's truly a misnomer that healers are void of error in their lives. Yes.
Yeah. For sure.
What do you guys think so far, Hyoka and Integrity?
I was just writing you a message in the
Isn't
chat
that
along
interesting?
those lines because I
That's
didn't
so
want to
interesting.
interrupt.
And here I am asking you.
I think I'm a bit shocked at his. I mean, his vocabulary is incredible, and I honestly feel kind of dumb. Like he, to know 12 languages and I don't know. I guess that I shouldn't feel that way, but
That's interesting. It's very interesting because I can see that. In a way, the author is sort of baby talking to us in a way, but in another way, he's using all of the language he has access to, and he's saying that he'd like to reach beyond it into other languages. He's not sure which language to use, but at the same time, he's talking everything out to us. It's so finely parsed. It's like he's taken it all and rounded it up like baby food to feed to us in a way, because he's talking through every thought along the way. It's almost exhaustive, you know. You the adult that way, you expect them to take leaps of understanding. You tell them the least bit, and then you move on. You give them gaps, but he's so carefully providing the fill for everything, so that we are in training to. I guess I feel that he's making an exhaustive explanation of what this the preface. He's trying to create as much distance as he can between the beginning and the part where he launches into Beelzebub. I think that's for a reason that he intends to bring when he feels ready, like he prepared us. But I think that he feels that if he doesn't prepare us sufficiently, when he hits with the massive psychic weight of the thing that he needs to unload to everybody, that we are feeling by it because it's so different from everything else that we've ever read, that it might just blow us away,
When did Gurdjieff
That's a
do
great
his
question.
writings?
I know that in the 40s was Meetings with Remarkable Men. Let's look up Beelzebub. 1 second. By the way, Hayoko, your mic is popping.
It's a
Muffled.
bit
It's
like
not popping
muffled.
now. It's like when you're talking. Beelzebub's tales to his grandson. What is written? And to your point, Hayoko, like it's what's driving him, and this is my humble opinion. As a creator, what's driving him is his intentionality is to reach us, all of us. But we have to meet him halfway. And this is the dance. Remember, he's a choreographer, he's a composer. This is all par for the course. This is all part of this dimensional exchange between reader and writer. And it's beyond the page. And I've said this, and some people could scoff at this. There's something very dimensional that transpires during this dance between, because right now we're engaging with him as Gurdjieff, not his character or storyline in Beelzebub's Tales to his grandson. This is the preamble or the preface. This is before that. We're talking to the writer right now. It's not a one-way thing. This is the thing that when I experience his work, I feel as though you get what you give. It's done so in such a way that there's a balance. It's like I picture like the Liberty scale, or how they used to weigh things back in the day against offset the weight with each other to balance it. It's not something you casually read, like you said, before you go to sleep, where it's just your eyes grazing across the thing, where it's how fast you can read it. You're only reading the beginning and the end of the word. It's you're really, you stop sometimes when you read it, and you'll experience this. Those of you that have not read aloud yet, if and when you choose to, it can be really abrupt sometimes. Or you could be reading and then you read a word, but then you're aware that you read it wrong and you go back and you correct it. Somehow you're swimming your awareness, your consciousness, you're aware of how you're reading and what you're reading. Sometimes you get lost and you have to go back. Like I've so many times, Sirius can attest to this, I'm like, oh my God, I have to go back. I don't even know what the heck I was just reading for like 5 minutes even. I have to start again because it's so, I don't know what happens. But it's part of it. And there's even been a time where the words were so egregiously long, like 15, 16 consonants. Like, I'm serious. And it got so ridiculous. I'll never forget this day, Sirius. You were there. And I was talking to Gurdjieff. During this book, by the way. And it was okay, bring it. I'm ready. What more are you going to throw at me? And literally, every other sentence was a 15, 16. It was the same freaking word that I was so challenged with. And he kept throwing it at me. It was almost like he was there, zinging the joke. It was insane. It was every other sentence was this 15, 16. It was it was the funniest thing ever. It was it's like he was responding. And I know it sounds crazy. How can you do something like that? But there's something that happens, that there's an interactivity. and whatever that may be, to whomever it may be, experience. Like there's some type of interactivity that happens with the work. Yes.
I mean, even if you, like, especially if you acknowledge, quantum mechanics, right? You can see a book as basically like a portal to the author's psyche and also their energy. And so when you connect on that level, especially a book like this, you are in some way quantumly connecting with that author's consciousness. And so there is that interaction that goes both ways, in very, very, like, very real ways, and we've experienced that, like, in the past.
Yes.
Yeah, been sometimes very uncanny, and it's like, well,
yeah, definitely something like, it's like there's no coincidence. It goes beyond, like, it's so egregiously specific in real time that there's no way around it. But don't take our word for it. We're here to experience it together. To answer your question, integrity, it was publication. The publication date is 1950. And remember, as we read at the beginning, he was on his way to the publisher, remember? That's what he was saying. I'm on my way to the publisher as I write this. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. But I think... Go ahead.
So, does that mean that the text that we're reading now was written after he wrote the whole rest of the book that we haven't read yet? It's already all written, and he's just writing this and tacking it onto the beginning of the book. Is that when he's on his, if he writes that he's on his way to the publisher,
Correct.
He must have already written the book.
He added the preface after writing the book, because then he's explaining. But no. Okay. So he wrote the preface before he wrote the book. However, there was a part at the beginning that I read that preceded the preface where he said, I'm on my way to the publisher. And to further answer Integrity's question here, it says, after Gurdjieff was in a serious car accident in 1924, he decided to pass on something of his theoretical teachings by writing a number of detailed books. After many writings and rewritings, the first volume was released under the title Beelzebub's Tales to his Grandson. Gurdjieff first mainly dictated Beelzebub's Tales in Russian and Armenian between 1924 and 1927, as he was initially unable to write personally because of his condition after the accident. After realizing from the various public readings of his texts that those people who were not familiar with this form of mentation and expression would not be able to understand anything, he decided to completely rewrite everything. Details of Gurdjieff's other activities. Yeah, so that's great question, and I knew there was more texture there because I was like, 1950. He really was. He was doing it in the 20s, mid to late 20s, and then completely approached it holistically as he's describing now. Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting.
Interesting. Good background.
Great question. Yeah. Let's see if Bush Bear has anything to say in the chat. Beautiful, he said. What is this? What is he talking about? He's replying to Sirius saying, yes, it makes me aspire to be better regarding his language and concepts brought forth. Yes, I agree. This is what I do too. This is Watchbearer. I intentionally speak in extensive, detailed language to filter out the kind of people that don't look at life like me. Interesting. And then he says, I think Gigi is also ensuring the non-serious readers get fed up of his work. His seemingly exhaustive writing style is a filter filtering process for those who is not meant will fall out. Yeah, I agree. I think, but it's not only is it a filtration, but it's also uh, a discipline. It's like how you were saying, Hey Yoka, when you're like, he's so thorough. This is the first time I ever tasted his work. That's what really got me. It hit me in the gut because I can relate. Like his thorough approach it's without a preponderance of a doubt. He lays it out. Yeah. It's very scientific in that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, in a way, it's sort of tyrannical. He doesn't allow you very much ambiguity, right?
In most ways.
But that's for a reason. And Water Bear, I wanted to say, it's not just filtration, buddy. It's attraction too, because Water Bear, the way that you've spoken has let me know that I'm a person who can understand what you say, and I appreciate that. I value what you have to say.
Beautiful. But it does turn people off. And I'm not going to make judgment about those people, but to even, again, to Wolfbear's point as well, it is also a refinement of audience. And at the same time, I'll add to what all y'all are saying and remind us all that this is it's dimensional. So it's a cracking of consciousness, how he's woven all these things into the experience. It's experiential. Like this man in the 1920s, 30s has created an experience from the page that comes to life. And it's not even moving pictures. It's not even like, but somehow it's an experience if you show up to it, if you allow for the experience. This is why when I put these things with the visuals, like the podcast, the visuals, there's more that happens with the experience. It allows for more of the experience. And this is why when we have these open settings and things come and go, and we have an openness to allow for experience beyond what we even understand is going on. It's part of it.
Yeah.
It's truly amazing.
Amen.
Thank you. All of your energy is amazing. Shall we jump back in?
Yeah, please. Do we have a reader though?
Page 16.
Because I'm eating.
Did you want to take a break, Sirius?
Yeah. No, I can jump back in.
Or anybody else? Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
No worries. So, in any case, I repeat, and repeat so that you may remember it well, not as you are in the habit of remembering other things, and on the basis of which you are accustomed to keeping your word of honor for others or to yourself, that no matter what language I use, I shall always and in everything avoid what I've called bon ton literary language. With regard to this, it is an extremely curious fact, perhaps more worthy of your love of knowledge than you may suppose, that from my earliest childhood, that is to say, ever since the birth in me of the need to rob birds' nests and to tease my friends' sisters, there arose in my planetary body, as the ancient theosophists call it, and moreover, why, I don't know, chiefly in the right half, an involuntary instinctive sensation that up to the period of my life when I became a teacher of dancing was gradually formed into a definite feeling, and later, when thanks to this profession of mine I came in contact with people of many different types, the conviction also began to arise in what is called my mind. that these languages, or rather their grammars, are composed by people who, with respect to knowledge of language, are exactly like those biped animals whom the esteemed Mullah Nasir ad-Din characterizes thus: all they can do is wrangle with pigs about the quality of oranges. People of this kind, who, due to rotten heredity and nauseating upbringing, on reaching a certain age have been turned into voracious moths, destroying the good prepared left to us by our ancestors and by time, have not the slightest notion and have never even heard of the blatantly obvious fact that during preparatory age there is acquired in the brain functioning of every creature, and thus of man also, a definite property whose automatic manifestations proceed according to the law that the ancient Corcolans called the law of associations, and that the process of mentation of every creature, especially man, flows exclusively in accordance with this law. Since I have happened to touch upon a question that has recently become almost an obsession of mine, namely the process of human mentation, I consider it possible, without waiting for the place in my writings where I had designated for the elucidation of this question, to speak at least a little in this first chapter about some information that accidentally became known to me. According to this information, it was customary in long past centuries on earth for every man bold enough to aspire to the right to be considered by others, and to consider himself a conscious thinker, to be instructed, while still in the early years of his responsible existence, that man has two kinds of mentation. One kind, mentation by thought, expressed by words, always possessing a relative meaning, and the other kind, proper to all animals as well as to man, which I would call mentation by form. The second kind of mentation, that is, mentation by form, through which, by the way, the exact meaning of all writing should be perceived and then assimilated after conscious confrontation with information previously acquired, is determined in people by the conditions of geographical locality, climate, time, and in general the whole environment in which they have arisen and in which their existence has flowed up to adulthood. Thus, in the brains of people of different races, living in different geographical localities under different conditions, there arise in regard to one and the same thing or idea quite different independent forms, which during the flow of associations evoke in their being a definite sensation, giving rise to a definite picturing.
Happy 31st!
And this picturing is expressed by some word or other that serves only for its outer subjective expression.
Jumping out of the text here. First of all, Happy New Year. Our friend in the East.
Yeah.
So what he's talking about here in the text is very profound.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Let us make it happen. We want everyone to know about the Save Soil movement, and we want everyone, at least 3 billion people, we want to meditate at least 15 minutes. So there's no mental health pandemic. In America, there's a study, out of every 3 or 4 people, 2 to 3 people are sick mentally. We want to change it. Let us make it happen.
It is a lot more than that, my friend.
There's a sickness, there's a disease in food, there's a disease of how we eat, what we eat, how we eat, when we eat. Yes. And the soil, I agree. Save the soil. Huge advocate for that. Yes. People don't think about these things.
I guess it does start with the mind, though. I guess it does start with the mind,
Yes.
though.
It starts with this moment right here, and this one, and this one, and this one. So thank you, friend, for bringing this up at this time in this way.
I have distributed many stickers or banners in my neighbor and in temples. My friends or the volunteers here, they have distributed as well about regarding the safe soil movement, and people, just by taking a look, people at least hit an awareness. Okay, there's something like this as well. So even if we say to someone, there's an impact, a little bit impact to our friends as well. So I hope we all share it, and as much as just to help, just it's for us only. Like our lives would be better, nothing else.
The soil is so important for our beingness. It is the food of food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Chicken Watch. I interrupted you. I'm so sorry, friends.
It's okay. It's an important message. I'm still trying to process what we just read about the mentations, because of course my attention went elsewhere for like 5 seconds, and of course it's a whole thing trying to come back into the text. It's like, oh my gosh, what is he saying? Oh my gosh. For each and every man, a conscious thinker. This is very powerful, because even our teachers, right, and the educational system, like, it's all part of how it's just been so shallow, blocking mentation. Has two kinds of mentation. One kind, mentation by thought, expressed by words, always possessing a relative meaning. And another kind, proper to all animals as well as men, which I would call mentation by form. You see, I feel as though this is an expose or a parallel or a juxtaposition, some would say. I think it's more parallel than juxtaposition, but it's positioned as a juxtaposition. Is intuition versus, thought-led, you know what I mean? Which I see, for me personally, my gut tends to drive I feel it in my gut first, which would be form mentation, according to mentation by form, in what he's putting pen to paper. But it's like I feel it in my center of my beingness, with even physicality, my body, it's my center. And then from there, my brain translates that. And even science is now, reaching the point where they are acknowledging that the gut is a brain, number one. And number two, not only is the gut a brain, but it actually leads the brain in your skull in some regards. They find that there's impulses that start in the gut that are sent to the brain, not the other way around, which is what they've thought this whole time, is the brain is the central command of all the human body. So if they're just now coming around to the gut, speaking to the brain, what else is there? And what about the biointelligence that are beyond our means of measurement, let alone visibility?
Yeah. So he speaks of mentation by form, which is he attributes to animals and humans, and then the other mentation.
Mentation by thought. Yes.
Yeah. So thought, if someone's just sitting there thinking and they're just daydreaming off into the, their eyes are just not fixated on anything and they're just thinking, and you look at them, you might assume they're thinking, but you don't know they're thinking. They might not be thinking, right? And if a deer or a buffalo or an elephant does the same thing, you look at them and what evidence is there that they're thinking, right? So they don't have language, right? But they could show their thought by the action they take next. They could show that they thought it out a little bit, and then you'd know that they thought about it, but only after when they act. Or with humans, only after when they talk do you know that they've been thinking, right? And they might start by saying, "I've been thinking." So I think that humans have put themselves into a position where they think that they're the only ones who think, because they're the only ones who talk in the language that they've chosen. So we've really cornered ourselves, isolated ourselves from all the other creatures, and in fact, all the other languages and races, right? By thinking, well, we're the only ones who really think because we're the ones who talk, and obviously, but that would be mentation by thought, right? But I think he's just saying that he can see that the animals also have their own mentality too, even though they don't talk about it.
Yeah, it's instinctive.
Yeah.
Animals move instinctively, right? We call it fight or flight, but I think it's more complex than that. Animals have a way of communicating without what we understand to be language, right? There's a body language, there's an awareness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have that too.
Correct.
We have that too.
We don't exercise the full scope and scale and girth of its complex capability. In fact, if you watch a cat or any animal, even the little hairs on its ear is a communication. The hair on their back, that they communicate to each other, and there's a lot of exchange of chemical pheromones, that's released that their sensitive noses pick up on, that we're not even aware of, the pheromones that interact between us that we pick up on. Imagine something as delicate as the nature of a dog's nose.
Indeed. And of course, we are still all, as animals, possessed of the same senses and communication potential and the ability to observe ourselves and each other in that way. However, I think that we take the sledgehammer of language and we completely overwhelm those subtleties with all this explicit thought. And then we get confused and we tune out of the animal and we tune into this realm of communication, and then we get lost. I think we all get lost out here in words.
And when we can't find the words, this is what I find myself sometimes. I get very, especially when you're communicating with someone that's far away, like not physically next to you. There's nothing that can say, there's no words that can be conveyed the way a hug can exchange energy, like the way a touch, a lick, a kiss, a bite, a nibble, a snuggle, a hand on one's skull through the hair, a bright, a soft touch of the hand, and don't get me started on the eyes, okay? Oh my gosh.
I know, just a quick flicker of the eyes. So, the way they move and look
each
at
other,
things. And look away
connect.
From
yes, there's so much there. So when just how we're doing now, and we're not even seeing each other, you know what I mean? Like, so there's so much too that's conveyed, and I'd like to bring it back to what he said earlier, in that, you approach, it's almost like a bodily approach. You approach with emotion, you approach, it's a different way of expression. Like, you show up to it, and it comes down to intentionality. It's the best way to describe it, because it's in the subtleties. That's where the power is, in the subtleties. The subtleties is where everything happens. It's the unseen, which is the bright, which is the most blinding. It's like it's crazy. It's in the subtleties. It's almost like the best thing, you know. And music theory is something I'm very interested in. It's on the list of things to experience and learn and explore. And it's within the silence in between the notes that the music truly lives. Because it allows you to hear it, to experience it. And it's like, it's even if you go into the Om, like it's the observer, it's the and then it's the silence after the Om is where it resonates. And
it's after you strike the bell that you hear the majority of them.
And we brought that back too up in the beginning. It's interesting. How did we even know it was going to come back to the bell? That's crazy. So the bell, here we are. Retrocausality is what Bob would call it. Yes. So somehow it's more pertinent now than before, but it makes it even more pertinent discussing it now. It's changing the past. It's making it more profound. And the interesting thing is this being a podcast, that's very interesting. So I'm having a moment of silence now because it's like it's doing the thing. It's vibrating. Anyway. Mentation of thought, mentation of body. Mentation of thought, mentation of body. So let's see what the Wolf Bear is talking about. I see him lighting up over here. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Hindi, Urdu, Langor, baboon. Ki, half, mine, angor, grape, nectar. Translation and interpretation. Baboon has in his hand the grape, a thing regarded highly valuable. He's breaking down the the mentions, which there were a lot of, like the pig and the orange, like that's all a thing. Because they used to feed the pigs the scraps. And talking to a pig about the quality of the taste of the orange, it's disgusting the nature of the pig. But this is not what he's writing. This is me going on a tangent. But going back into Watch Bear, Hindi Urdu, Bandar, oh boy, Bandar Kya Chans Adrak Ka Swad. Translation: what does the monkey know about how ginger tastes? Interesting. Benefits of its antioxidant effects. Got it. The uncultured are not competent judges of good culture knowledge. These are all the Washbear. And in closing, or in this other one, he says the biointelligence of the trees, the root network, I agree, and the mycelium network of the mushrooms, if I might add, back to the Washbear. But animals also have different capacities of different senses, and chemicals like sugar affect their bodies in a different way. Correct. A lot of things affect them in different ways. Just in observing of my buddy Zaire, which is my quadruped two-brain being, as Gurdjieff will later on describe animals, the quadrupeds. I learned so much from him. He's so intelligent, beyond, I think, the majority of people give respect to the quadrupeds. I've learned a great deal from him, my friend, my furry friend, and there's so much more to learn. And in closing, Wolfbear here says, muscles are not built in the gym or in the kitchen. They are built during sleep, while doing nothing but resting. You're absolutely right, because what is muscle building? It's tissue development. So what we're doing when we work out is we're tearing at the muscle, right? And so as we're resting, this is why when you're an athlete and you're developing and building muscle in an with with a level of efficacy in awareness to your methodology, you always want to allow rest. You want off days. You want days of rest to allow that tissue to repair. And this is where the mass, this is where the muscle actually grows in its healing. I wholeheartedly agree, my friend. Yes. So shall we dive back in? Shall we wet the whistle, so to speak? I think we were at the mentation. Remember?
Wait, I thought wetting your whistle meant something else.
What did you think wetting the whistle meant? It's licking your lips before you whistle. It allows for the whistle. Wetting the whistle allows for the whistle. Because have you tried to whistle with a dry mouth?
I thought it was like a slang for a sexual act.
Welcome to the Western world.
I've never known it to have any. I've never known it to have any sexual connotation whatsoever. Personally.
Welcome to the Western world.
You're thinking of polishing your knob. That's something else.
I wonder about the next generation. That's all I'm gonna say.
I wonder
They
about
are
all
in-
generations.
I mean,
Proceed.
I think we all should paste what's in our clipboards into Lotus Lounge, and that will represent the new year for us.
That's hilarious.
That's
Mine
a cool
is
idea.
the link to the book Beelzebub's Tales to his grandson.
Yeah, mine is a picture of the book.
It's hilarious. Awesome.
I have coffee and a kitty.
On your clipboard? Oh,
No,
little baby. So shall we continue?
I don't think I have anything on my clipboard.
I
on
bet
my
you
phone.
do.
It resets.
resets. Interesting.
Clears all
That's
the time.
interesting. Hmm.
Yeah.
Did you want to continue?
Is there anyone else who'd like to read, or should I continue?
It's up to the team.
Yeah, I can continue. Or if anyone.
What'd you say, Heyoko?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I can take a turn at reading, if that's okay.
Nice.
What page? Right? Was it 17? Or
Yeah.
I'm not completely sure now. I've been landscape portrait kind of moves my.
I think the beginning of 18. Just after it says, only for its outer subjective expression.
Yes. Because we've talked about the mentation of body and the mentation of thought.
What was that bit of text that you spoke a moment ago?
So just after he speaks about the geographical locations, and then so then it begins, that is why each word for the same thing or idea always acquires from
Okay, got it, thank you. Alright. That is why each word... That is why... Okay. That is why each word for the same thing or idea almost always acquires for people of different geographic localities and races a quite specific and entirely different, so to say, inner context. In other words, if in the presence of a man who has arisen and grown up in a given locality, a certain form has been fixed as a result of a specific local influences and impressions, this form evokes in him, by association, the sensation of a definite inner context, and consequently, a definite picturing or concept, for the expression of which he uses some word that has become habitual, and as I said, subjective to him. But the hearer of that word, in whose being, owing to the different conditions of his arising and growth, a form with a different inner context.
Is nobody talking or did the audio cut out?
I'm talking.
Yoga?
Has been fixed for the given word.
Yoga's
What's
reading.
up? Oh, I don't hear anybody talking.
I can hear him.
Unmute me.
What's your
Who's
what's
talking?
You have to reconnect.
Coyote?
Coyote. Tell him it's Coyote.
Let me restart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. A form with a different inner context has been fixed for the given word, will always perceive and infallibly understand that word in quite another sense. This fact, by the way, can be clearly established by attentive and impartial observation during an exchange of opinions between persons belonging to different races or who arose and were formed in different geographical
If we could just
localities.
pause right there. Thank you. Bless you. I'd like to jump out of the text for a moment. We are witnessing right now the synchronicity of Neiman talking about wetting the whistle, and from his geographic locality and his internal mentation in terms of experience of what the context of that meant.
Oh.
Do you see how that just happened? Like, that's insane to me. Like we were just we just talked about wetting the whistle. Like it just tickles me. Like, this is just, it's like a tickling, like tickling. Yeah. It's so crazy. Like, I'm cheesing so big right now because I've missed this so much. And I'm so thankful for this moment. Bless your hearts. I'm so thankful right now because this is so, to me, this is the essence of beingness. This is like, this is what it's about. This is the humanity of life. This is exchanging information, experiencing something, in real time, in the moment, with fellow humans and interacting. Like, the next best thing is if we were all sitting there with our knees touching in a circle, like sitting cross-legged, you know what I mean? Just talk this like, holding hands somehow while we're doing this. But it's so powerful, and I'm so thankful. Bless you. And I'm so excited for you, Heiko, because I don't know if you've ever read from the work before, and I'm so excited for you, and know that every interruption, every aspect, everything is part of it somehow. Like, as we just experienced of the wetting of the whistle, like, it's part of it. It's like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's continue. And so, cheerful and swaggering candidate for a buyer of my wiseacrings, having warned you that I'm going to write not as a professional writers usually do, but quite otherwise, I advise you to reflect seriously before you embark on reading my further expositions, and only then to undertake it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your hearing and other perceptive as well as digestive organs may be so thoroughly automatized to the literary language of the intelligentsia prevailing at the present time on Earth, that these writings of mine might affect you very cacophonously, and thereby you might lose, do you know what? Your appetite for your favorite dish, and that special psychic feature of yours, which particularly titillates your vitals on catching sight of your neighbor, the brunette. That my language, or rather the form of my mentation, can produce such an effect, I am, thanks to repeated past experiences, as much convinced with my whole being as a thoroughbred donkey is convinced of the rightness and justice of his obstinacy. Now that I've warned you of what's most important, I'm tranquil about all that will follow. For if any misunderstanding should arise on account of my writings, you alone will be to blame, and my conscience will be as clear as, for instance, ex-Kaiser Wilhelm's. In all probability, you're now thinking that I'm a young man with an auspicious exterior and, as some express it, suspicious interior, and that, as a novice at writing, I'm deliberately trying to be eccentric in the hope of becoming famous and thereby rich. If you really think so, you're very, very mistaken. First of all, I'm not young. I've already lived so much that, as is said, I've not only been through the mill, but through all the grindstones. And second, I'm not writing in order to make a career for myself, or to plant myself firmly on my own feet by means of this profession, which, I must add, in my opinion, provides for those who practice it many openings to become candidates direct for hell. Assuming, of course, that such people can, in fact, perfect their being to that extent. Because knowing nothing whatever themselves, they write all kinds of claptrap, and thus automatically acquiring authority, they develop year by year one of the chief factors for the weakening of the psyche of people, already sufficiently weakened without this. And as regards my personal career, thanks to all forces high and low, and even if you like, even right and left, I have established it long ago, and have long been standing on firm feet. And it may be on very good feet. I am certain, moreover, that their strength will suffice for many more years, to the dismay of all my past, present, and future enemies. Yes, I think I might as well tell you about an idea that has only just arisen in my madcap brain, which is, specially, to request the printer to whom I shall entrust my first book to print this initial chapter of my writings in such a way that anybody can read it without cutting the page of the book itself. Whereupon, on learning that it is not written in the usual manner, that is, to help produce in the mind of the reader, very smoothly and easily, exciting images and lulling reveries, he may, if he wishes, without wasting words with the bookseller, return it and get his money back. Money perhaps earned by the sweat of his brow. And I shall do this without fail, because I have just remembered the story of what happened to a certain Transcaucasian Kurd, a story I heard in my early youth, and which in later years, whenever I recalled it in similar cases, aroused in me an enduring and inextinguishable impulse of tenderness. I think it will be very useful for me, as well as for you, if I relate this story in some detail. It'll be useful, chiefly, because I've already decided to make the salt, or as contemporary pure-blooded Jewish businessmen would say, the tzimis of this story. One of the basic principles of that new literary form I intend to use for attaining the aim I am now pursuing in this new profession of mine. The Transcaucasian Kurd once set out from his village on some business or other to town. And there in the market, he saw in a fruit stall a handsomely arranged display of all kinds of fruit. In this display, he noticed one particular fruit, very beautiful in both color and form, and its appearance so took his fancy and he so longed to try it, that in spite of having scarcely any money, he decided come what may, to buy at least one of these gifts of great nature and taste it. Then, with intense eagerness and boldness not customary to him, he entered the shop, and pointing with his horny finger at the fruit that had taken his fancy, asked the shopkeeper its price. The shopkeeper replied that a pound of the fruit costs 6 coppers. Finding that the price was not at all high for what in his opinion was a beautiful fruit, our Kurd decided to buy a whole pound. Having finished his business in town, he set off again on foot for home the same day. Walking at sunset over the hills and dales, and willy-nilly perceiving the exterior aspect of those enchanting parts of the bosom of great nature, our common mother, and involuntarily inhaling the pure air uncontaminated by the usual exhalations of industrial towns. Our Kurd quite naturally felt a sudden wish to gratify himself with some ordinary food also. So sitting down by the side of the road, he took some bread from his provision bag and the fruits that had looked so good to him, and leisurely began to eat. But, horror of horrors, very soon everything inside him began to burn. Yet in spite of this, he kept on eating. And this hapless...
Yes.
kept on eating. And this hapless biped creature of our planet kept on eating, thanks only to that particular human inherency I mentioned, the principle of which I've decided to use as the basis of the new literary form I have created, and which will serve as a guiding beacon leading me to one of my aims. You will, I'm sure, soon grasp the sense and meaning of this. Of course, according to the degree of your comprehension. During the reading of any subsequent chapter of my writings, that is, if you take the risk and read further. Or perhaps even at the end of this first chapter, you will already smell something. And so, just at the moment when our Kurd was overwhelmed by all the unusual sensations aroused within him by this strange repast on the bosom of nature, there came along the same road a fellow villager of his, reputed by those who knew him to be very clever and experienced. And seeing that the whole face of the Kurd was aflame and that his eyes were streaming with tears, and that in spite of this, as if intent upon the fulfillment of his most important duty, he was eating real red pepper pods, he said to him, "What are you doing, you Jericho jackass? You'll be burnt alive! Stop eating that barbarous stuff, so foreign to your nature." But our Kurd replied, "No, for nothing on earth will I stop. Didn't I pay my last 6 coppers for them? Even if my soul departs from my body, I will go on eating." Whereupon our resolute Kurd, it must of course be assumed that he was such, did not stop but went on eating the red peppers. So let's jump out of this.
Beautifully said. What do you feel of this story? This trans-Caucasian Kurd and his fiery peppers that caught his eye, that he thought was delicious fruits, that he spent this money, the money he didn't really have to spend, and they're burning his body to a raw demise and won't stop eating it because, gosh darn it, those are his coppers.
Yeah.
Can anyone relate to this story in any way?
What? Yeah. In many ways, it's interesting. The author hid the fact that they were peppers from us, like deliberately. He didn't want us to see what this guy was getting into until he was already feeling it. He wanted us to associate with the Kurd as if we were him going through a sort of an awakening of some knowledge that he only had partial knowledge of before, right? He got to see it, but he hadn't tasted it. Yeah, so he was awakening to some reality about this fruit. But also the author wants us to be as blind as the Kurd through the story so that we could eventually look at it the way that we are now.
I feel like if I was the Kurd, though, I'd be like, oh my gosh, after I had that initial bite and it blasted my mouth, I would be like, oh my gosh, I'm going to use a little bit of it in a stew. I wouldn't just keep chowing down on this something that's not meant to be chowed down upon. But the idea in his mind is I paid for this with my 6, can't get over the coppers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
But it's very socially acceptable. Like it's almost like eating even when you're not hungry to finish your plate. But I wouldn't even say that though, because that has other it's like, why did you put so much on your plate? I mean, it's just this unnatural. It's like, what am I thinking of here? What would be a good example? Go for it.
I have a thing, yeah. So because the author also brought our minds to the idea of the so there's the mindfulness of form and then the mindfulness of
mentation
thought,
of body,
right?
mentation
so like
of thought, yes.
So humans are saddled with a bit more to have to handle in the thought department, right? That they can like confuse themselves. So I think that's what he's illustrating here is that, see, the Kurd, he is disregarding the form, which is bringing the burning and the tears so directly, so obviously to him. His form is suffering, but because of his thought earlier, remember, his thought when he saw the fruit was, oh, that looks amazing. Oh, that looks delicious. Oh, that must be so amazing. I have to experience it. And he went and talked to somebody. Hey, let me experience that thing over there. Yeah, you want me to give you some of my blood, sweat, and tears? Here's 6 coppers. Now give me that thing. I really want to experience it. I'm determined to experience it. I'm going to go through with this. I'm going to learn he like put himself with thought. He put himself with such momentum toward the consumption of this item that when he got to it and he started consuming it, his form complained, but he said, no, I have to carry through with the thoughts that I had earlier. I have to do this thing. I spent the 6 coppers. I put myself on this path. I'm going to follow through with it. His form is trying to awaken him. Hey, the reality of this is that this is a spicy pepper and you should probably put it into a stew or something like that. But he's not changing his momentum from earlier. He feels like he has to carry through, but the truth is,
and it's fascinating because this example of mind over matter and another example would be profound, but it's still profound even though he's harming himself. It's still an example of a mental discipline. You see this a lot in martial arts, where you bypass the physicality and tap into something greater that's beyond. So I kind of wrestle with this story because there's so many legs to it, It's foolish. It's warrior-like. I think it comes down to the intention, right? The intentionality is who can speak for the Transcaucasian though? It's only implied that it's, based on the monetary value of the 6 coppers. He's going to see it through, But I think there's other...
It's only implied?
Yeah, because I think it's implied...
You said that. What is only implied?
That it's the 6 coppers. It's his intentionality is because he paid for it, he's going to eat it. But I think there's a deeper thing there also to consider, is the untapped ability we have when we truly put our mind to something. That mentation of thoughts, the mentation of body, and how the two can have this type of alchemical, like there's a sort of alchemy that can happen, and it's through experience. And
Yeah.
It's interesting because when I first heard this story, it was very black and white for me. And now it's such a fluid thing. Yes.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So mind over matter, but also matter over mind. I think the point of this is that, yes, mind over matter is wonderful, but maybe it's overrated, because do we pay enough attention to matter over mind?
Maya.
It wasn't just implied, it was explicitly. The Kurd said, "Didn't I pay my last 6 coppers for them? Even if my soul departs from my body, I will go on eating."
Now that is a declaration, okay? Oh my goodness. Like, this guy, he's like, even to his death, he will eat those damn things. Like, that is a stubbornness and a will, to me, in my humble opinion, that could be applied in so many different instances. However, it's being chosen to be used on this instance. It's fascinating.
Yeah. And remember, it's not the Kurd saying it. There is no Kurd. It's the author saying those words and declaring that declaration.
It's a very surgical story. Yes. Precision. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, just like everything else he said so far, it's very explicit. He very much wants us to get a certain impression, and he's making it clear. He's resolute. Yeah, he describes the Kurd as resolute, whereupon a resolute Kurd, they must of course be assumed that he was such, did not stop, but went on eating the red peppers.
And even the guy's like, "What are you doing, homie?" He passes him in the street. He's like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this to yourself? Like, don't you know what that is?" Yeah, exactly. Like, Momo shows up on the scene. What's going on here? Why are you eating them peppers? Interesting.
Shall we continue?
I just want to say,
oh yeah,
I appreciate you all, and you got this.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Grazie.
Thanks.
So far, it's a very nice reading.
Oh, thank you.
Very nice.
Okay. I guess we'll go on then. After what you've just perceived, I hope there may already be arising in your mentation a corresponding association, which should finally lead you, as sometimes happens with certain people, to what you call understanding. And then you will understand why I, well knowing and having often felt pity for this human inherency, whose inevitable manifestation is that if anybody pays money for something, he is bound to use it to the end, was animated in my whole presence by the idea that arose in my mentation of taking every possible measure so that you, my brother in appetite and in spirit, as they say, in the event of your being unaccustomed to reading books written exclusively in the language of the intelligentsia, having already paid money for my writings, and discovering only afterward that they are not written in the usual convenient and easily read language, should not be compelled to read them through to the end at any cost, as our poor trans-Caucasian Kurd was compelled to go on eating what he had fancied for its appearance alone, that not to be joked with noble red pepper. Interesting off text. Interesting. He's saying, if my book is too spicy, just because you paid for it doesn't mean you have to read it.
It's so multifaceted. That's the word the term multifaceted doesn't even do it justice. Like, it's a spoke of a wheel that has it's not linear. It's like it's a resonance. Yep. Frequencies. Yep. I love it. Well said, Yuka.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
I
cool. Okay. And so, to avoid any misunderstanding on account of this property, which arises from data formed in the presence of contemporary man, thanks to his frequenting the cinema, and never missing an opportunity of looking into the left eye of persons of the other sex. Left eye. Huh. I wish to have this opening chapter of mine printed in the said manner, so that everyone can read it through without cutting the pages of the book. I just want to stop there
for a second. So the left eye, like, it's but
is that a hint to your
that's
profile
funny that you say that, because that's actually my right eye, and it's the left eye is supposed to be the the windows to the soul. It's like the left eye is like, it's throughout scripture. It's the left eye is what bodes away evil, right? It's where it's the veil. It's like, it's the window to your soul, if you will. It depends what culture you refer to, but the left eye is very symbolic and significant of being a gateway of sorts to your the left one specifically.
I never heard
so
of
I
that.
naturally, even in thinking my thing, I went intuitively and did the right one. In fact, I've also thought about changing it because I feel like I'm exposed, even in my right eye. Yeah, and vulnerable, potentially.
So that's interesting. I'm just forming a connection now because you say that. You know that girl band from the early '90s,
Left
TLC.
eye.
Yeah, that one girl. Yeah,
she
Left
was
Eye is one of their names.
Very advanced.
I was literally.
You see, but I was aligned too. Isn't that crazy? We were all feeling this at the same time.
Yeah, Lisa Left Eye was a bad.
She was a bad bee. She was an early vegan. She was an advocate for veganism. She was very unlike what you would think based on the group, with condoms safety pinned to their overalls. You know what I mean? It's interesting. They didn't really talk about them, because I went to the Grammy Museum yesterday and was part of the hip hop. I experienced the hip hop exhibit, the mixtape exhibit that they have there, and I didn't see any reference to TLC and I think that's.
Remember, they came out and exposed a little bit of their agenda.
See, and this is the heart of the beast, is the Clive Owen. This is the Grammy Museum, so they're not going to celebrate that. But I've been trying to put a finger on why I felt it was incomplete. Like, this is a great example of them not mentioning TLC or the impact Left Eye had, just from it's all in retrospect. You look back at the very minimal interviews and things. I don't know if you guys nerd out on that stuff, but I sure do. Of these people like Tupac, and Left Eye is another example. Whereas, they spoke beyond the genre. They spoke beyond even the method of storytelling. They spoke of life and the human condition in many interviews. So it's interesting that this is coming up. Very very much in line with my personal life right now, considering I just went to that exhibit. And let's see the Wolf Bear. I'm sure the Wolf Bear has been saying stuff. Let's jump in there real quick. Let's see. I missed this music too. I forgot about how much I love the music. Let's see. Gurdjieff event notes. Okay. Woo. Okay. Yay. Muscles. That. If you're not ready, the work. This is Bush Bear. Catching up on his comments. If you're not ready, the work will seem off-putting to you. You will lose your libido even just by chancing upon it if you're not ready for it. And then he goes on to comment, sunk cost fallacy. Remember, I use it while playing poker sometimes and go all in even when knowing the other guy probably has better cards. I can relate to that, jumping out of his responses. Yes, it's a bluff. It's very much part of poker, and they say life is poker. Poker, you can attribute both. So I've also done that, gone all in when I've actually had absolutely nothing, even if from a high card like perspective, just to explore. So jumping back into the Water Bear's comments, my mom is a third world miser that would eat old food but not throw it away. Interesting. I think there's a lot to that culturally and through the mentation, how he says your body mentation of the body, mentation of thoughts. This is also about your geographical, socioeconomic experience. And she was probably taught that from her parents. And due to the struggles in life and things of that nature, I also can relate to my mom telling me to finish the plate, to not waste food. But here's the thing, right? Take it back to when you're serving the food. Why is so much food being served? This is a symptom. This is another example of addressing things on a symptom basis instead of the root cause, right? So forcing the child to finish the plate and make themselves sick or create some type of unnatural to their body mentation affects their psychological thought mentation, then could lead to a lot of other things. Instead of just correcting the serving of the food, you're forcing the child to go counterintuitively, right? Because of a standard socioeconomic stature, situational, geographic locality instance, right? When it's why serve that much food? It could have been the root of the situation is in the serving of the food, not in the consumption of the food. Does that make sense? So the water bear continues, devotion, dedication, drive can pull us through hell and out of it. The pepper munching curd, hatha yoga, hatha, stubbornness, yoga, link, connection. Ooh, I didn't know hatha from hatha yoga was stubbornness. Hatha. Interesting. There's also a hatha breathwork. So the water bear continues to say, tell me more, will you serving, not consumption. So I'm talking about, for example, a parental figure. It's usually an older one or a parentals of nature, some elder, telling the child, finish your food, finish the food on your plate, or it's disrespectful, or you've done a slight against the humanity in some way. You're gluttonous or you're wasteful, when actually it's in the serving of the food, one should take the consideration in serving who is eating, like to serve equal parts to everyone, I think is doesn't make sense. It's almost like when I cook for people, I cook for the individual. You know, what do you like? Usually it's the first thing I'll ask if somebody's coming for some yum yums, or if somebody's with me and I'm making even tea. Oh my gosh, what kind of tea would you like? What do you feel right now? What do you like? How are you feeling? You know what I mean? Like, do you want an herbal tea? Do you want an English black tea? Do you want the milk and the honey? Are you feeling, would you like some comfort? I would even go as far as to even make the tea in a pot versus using the kettle, to put even more of an energy into it, to give that person love if they're going through a hard time or having medical issues with their health. You know, it's part of it. And this is why I say it's more of in the serving than in the consumption. In this instance of an example of a child not finishing what's on their plate, right? Hatha, correction from Wolfbear. That's how you pronounce. It's spelled Hatha, but it's pronounced Hatha. See, I didn't even know this. You know how many times I've talked about this form of yoga and breathwork? Never knew the correct pronunciation. Thank you, dear sir. And then he's saying now he gets the serving versus consumption. Great. We're all caught up with the Wolf Bear. Feel free to jump back in, boo.
Okay. Thank you, Water Bear. Thank you. Okay. I'm on page 21 in my copy. Okay. I'm afraid that his language is beginning to tire me out.
Take a break. I think we're on 23 though, at least for me on my copy. You want to take a break?
Okay. I don't know. I think that I will take a break soon, but not yet. It's just that, how do I say this? It's like the way that he constructs, he's so careful. The way that he constructs things is like pixel by pixel, and it's painstaking, and it's very detailed. And it's also very verbose. So, here I go. Okay. After what you've just perceived, I hope there may already be in your meditation a corresponding association, which definitely lead you, as sometimes happens with certain people. Wait, I already read this, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I already read that.
What page are you on? I feel you're on 23. It's not to be joked with the noble red pepper. And then you talked about the sex. So it was the sex. I wish to have the opening chapter of mine printed in such a manner. So it's otherwise the bookseller, I think, is where you were, if I'm not mistaken.
Otherwise. Thank you, dear.
Of course.
Thank you, I get it. Okay. Otherwise, the bookseller will, as is said, will, and behave without fail according to the basic principle of all booksellers, formulated in the following words: you are more a fool than a fisherman if you let go the fish that has swallowed the bait. Mm-hmm. And will decline to take back a book whose pages have been cut. I have no doubt that this would happen. Indeed, I fully expect such lack of conscience on the part of the booksellers. My certainty about this lack of conscience on the part of the booksellers comes from data formed in me during the period when I was a professional Indian fakir. And in order to fakir, thank you. And in order to clarify a certain ultra-philosophical question, I had to become familiar with the associative process of the manifestation of the automatically constructed psyche in contemporary booksellers and their salesmen when palming off books on their buyers. Okay. Knowing all this and having become, since the accident that befell me, just and fastidious in the extreme, I cannot help repeating or rather I cannot help warning you again, and even insistently advising you, before beginning to cut the pages of this book of mine, this first book of mine, to read very attentively, even more than once, this first chapter of my writings. But if notwithstanding this warning of mine, you still wish to become acquainted with the rest of my expositions, there's nothing left for me but to wish you with all my genuine soul a very, very good appetite, and that you may digest everything you read, not only for your own health, but for the health of all those near you. I said, with my genuine soul, because recently, living here in Europe and frequently meeting with people who, on every appropriate and inappropriate occasion, are fond of taking in vain sacred names that belong only to man's inner life, that is to say, of swearing to no purpose, and being, as I've already confessed, a follower, not only in theory, like contemporary people, but also in practice, of the sayings of popular wisdom established throughout the centuries, among which is one that corresponds to the present case, and expressed in the words, "When you are in Rome, do as the Romans do." In order not to be out of harmony with the custom established here in Europe of swearing in ordinary conversation, and at the same time to act according to the commandment enunciated by the holy lips of Saint Moses not to take the sacred names in vain, I decided to make use of one of the oddities, the freshly baked, fashionable language called English. And each time the occasion requires it, to swear by my English soul. The point is that in this fashionable language, the word for soul and the word for the bottom of the foot, also soul, are pronounced and even written almost alike. I do not know how it is for you, who are already half a candidate for a buyer of my writings, but as for me, no matter how great my mental desire, my peculiar nature cannot avoid being indignant at this manifestation of people of contemporary civilization, whereby the very highest in man, particularly beloved by our common Father Creator, can be named and often understood as that which is lowest and dirtiest in man. Good point. Interesting. Well, enough of philologizing.
Yeah.
Philologizing. Let us return to the main task of this initial chapter, intended, among other things, to stir up my drowsy thoughts, as well as yours, and also to give the reader a warning. I've already composed in my head the plan and sequence of my intended expositions, but what form they will take on paper, speaking frankly, I do not yet know with my consciousness. But in my subconscious, I already definitely feel that on the whole, they will take the form of something, so to say, hot, and will act on the common presence of every reader just as the red pepper pods did on the poor trans-Caucasian curd.
Can we stop there for a second? So now he's likening the pepper experience that will act on the common presence of us as the reader, just as the pepper pods did on the poor trans-Caucasian kid. That's very interesting. Remember, he bought something that he thought was something, but it became something else. So if you...
Yes. And he's expecting us to feel the same way about buying this book we're reading right now.
If we read it, because we bought it, we're missing it. This is the thing.
Oh,
exactly. Well said, Mama.
yeah, blind
It's
consumption.
like, yep, it's up to us. We can read it. We can use the pages as toilet paper. We can read it to fill our brains or fill our hearts or experience it without judgment. You know what I mean? It's just, I love it. Yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. He's certainly building it up. Makes me very curious
Well,
about
yeah.
what's inside.
Where's it going? This is how it is. It's always where's he going with this, and what ends up happening is we take a pause and we talk about it, and then he gets into the minutia of that which we were just talking about, and it's so funny to see sometimes how in harmony we are or not, or then we think we're not, but then later he hits the tone of exactly what we were talking about, like harmony. It's, yeah, but not to get ahead.
No. Yeah. 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 Okay. So, it is actually indeed having the effect on me of if somebody, is like, I dare you to eat this hot pepper, and I'm like, well, I wonder how hot that really is.
Well, and
I kind of want to try it.
And we didn't
see
buy
how it
this.
works.
Now, see, that's another thing. At some point, I will buy it. I would love to find a first edition. That's on my list of things to do. It's more important to just experiencing this. And no, none of us paid for this. This is the PDF we found. However, what we're spending is far more valuable, and that's time and energy, right? We're spending time and energy with this. And that is truly, invaluable. Yes. As is what I consider the work. Yep.
Yeah, we are sinking a cost already of our own kind. Time, energy, and attention.
Do you want to take a break? Okay.
No. I'll go a little page further. Okay. All right. Well, now that you've become familiar with the story of our common countryman, the Transcaucasian Kurd, may I consider it my duty to make a confession to you. Before going on with this first chapter, which serves as an introduction to all that I plan to write, I wish to inform your so-called pure waking consciousness of the fact that in the chapters following this warning, I shall expound my thoughts intentionally in such a sequence and with such logical confrontation that the essence of certain real ideas may pass automatically from this waking consciousness, which most people in their ignorance mistake for the real consciousness, but which I affirm and experimentally prove is the fictitious one, into what you call the subconscious, which in my opinion ought to be the real human consciousness, in order that these concepts may mechanically bring about by themselves that transformation, which in general should proceed in the common presence of a man and give him, by means of his own active mentation, the results proper to him as a man, and not merely as a one or two-brained animal. He sounds like he's saying that this is medicine. It's medicinal. That he's going to drug us. I decided to do this without fail so that this introductory chapter, intended, as I've already said, to awaken your consciousness, may fully justify its purpose. And reaching not only your, in my opinion, fictitious consciousness, but also your real consciousness, that is to say what you call your subconscious, may compel you for the first time to reflect actively.
Actively.
In the presence of every man, irrespective of his heredity and education, there are formed two independent consciousnesses, having almost nothing in common, either in their functioning or in their manifestations. One consciousness is formed from the perception of all kinds of mechanical impressions, arising accidentally or deliberately, produced by others, including almost all words, which are indeed only empty sounds, and the other consciousness is formed partly from the previously fixed material results transmitted to a man by heredity, I think genetics, which have become blended with the corresponding parts of his common presence, and partly from his intentionally evoked associative confrontations of these materialized results.
But this is where he's taught, this is the importance of the intentionality, which would be considered the subtlety in this instance. Please continue.
The second human consciousness, which in itself, as well as in its manifestations, is none other than what is called the subconscious, and which is formed, as I've just said, from the materialized results of heredity and confrontations produced by man's own intention, is the one that, in my opinion, based on many years of experimental investigations carried out under exceptionally favorable conditions, should predominate in his common presence.
So just jumping out real quick, so this would be where intuition comes from, right? Or this would be this is applying intention. This is where what drives this, the second human consciousness, is the subtlety. This is the subtle energy that is so powerful. So what I'm understanding from this consciousness, we have it flipped, right? What we say is consciousness is actually subconsciousness, and the subconscious is actually the consciousness. What is labeled and defined in English as subconscious is actually your consciousness, and what is conscious is the it's the default, it's the autopilot, you know, not based on our mentation, our body mentation, but based on our mental mentation, our thought mentation, our programming.
Good. In view of this conviction of mine, which doubtless seems to you the fantasy of an afflicted mind, I cannot now, as you yourself see, disregard this second consciousness, and am thus obliged by my essence to construct this first chapter of my writings, which should serve as a preface for all that follows, in such a way that it will reach, and in the manner required for my aim, ruffle the accumulated in both these consciousnesses of yours. Continuing my exposition with this idea in mind, I must first of all inform your fictitious consciousness that, thanks to 3 definite and peculiar psychic data crystallized in my common presence during my preparatory age, I am really unique at, so to say, muddling and befuddling all the notions and convictions supposedly firmly fixed in the presences of people with whom I come in contact. Tut. I already sense that in your false, but according to you, real consciousness, there are beginning to be agitated like horse floods. All kinds of data bequeathed to you by heredity from your uncle and mama, the totality of which, always and in everything, engenders in you the really touching impulse of curiosity. In this instance, to find out as quickly as possible why I, a mere novice at writing, whose name has not even once been mentioned in the newspapers, have suddenly become unique. Never mind. I personally am very pleased to see this curiosity arise in you, even though only in your false consciousness, as I know from experience that this impulse, unworthy of man, can sometimes change its nature and become a worthy impulse called the desire for knowledge, which, in its turn, helps a contemporary man to perceive and even to understand more clearly the essence of any object on which his attention happens to be concentrated. And therefore, I am willing and even glad to satisfy this curiosity that has arisen in you. So listen and try to justify and not disappoint my expectations. This original personality of mine, already sniffed out by certain individuals from both choirs of the judgment seat above, whence objective justice proceeds, and also here on earth, by an as yet very limited number of people, is based, as I have already said, on 3 specific data formed in me at different times during my preparatory age. The first of these 3 data from the moment of its arising became, as it were, the chief directing lever of my entire whole, while the other 2 became the vivifying sources for the nourishing and perfecting of the first.
Well, let's go back. No.
Continue.
Let's talk about it, because this is, remember, it's not about reading it, right?
Oh yeah.
So he's saying, in the data, the specific data formed in him at different times during his preparatory age. This is growing up through puberty, right? The first of 3 data, right? From the moment of its arising, became, as it were, the chief directing layer of my entire whole. So he's saying this, the first data that arose, it was the wheel of that drove his entire whole beingness, while the other came vivifying sources for the nourishing and perfecting of the first. So it was like the wheel versus the gas and the oil of the engine, you know what I mean? Like the car, what drives his beingness was the first data to reveal itself to him. So the data, if you think of what data is, this is information, right? Data is information. So the 3 forms, these 3 data, the first data arose in him when he was still, right? And it said a chubby mite. So this, I think, as you continue, or as the work continues to unfold, it's going to link. So the word data, as we know it, is really like one of many things that are all considered data, right? What he's saying, the 3 major data, the 3 informational sources of his beingness, the first one being the mother of all of them, the heart of it all, right? And the other 2 fed that first one. So he's laying the road.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. The first of these 3 data from the moment of its arising became, as it were, the chief directing lever of my entire whole, while the other 2 became the vivifying sources for the nourishing and perfecting of the first. The first datum arose in me when I was still, as it is said, a chubby mite. My dear, now deceased grandmother was then still alive and was 100 and some years old. When my grandmother, may she attain the kingdom of heaven, was dying, my mother, as was then the custom, took me to her bedside, and, as I kissed her right hand, my dear grandmother placed her dying left hand on my head and said in a whisper, yet very distinctly, "Eldest of my grandsons, listen and always remember my strict injunction to you. In life, never do as others do."
In life, never do as others do. Dying bed, on her deathbed. Please continue.
Yeah. Having said this, she gazed at the bridge of my nose, and evidently noticing my perplexity and my obscure understanding of what she had said, added, somewhat angrily and imperiously, "Either do nothing, just go to school, or do something nobody else does." Whereupon she immediately, without hesitation and with a perceptible impulse of disdain for all around her, and with commendable self-cognizance, gave up her soul directly into the hands of his faithfulness, the
So let's stop
Archangel
there for a second.
Gabriel.
So what he's saying here is she literally dropped this knowledge on him and then died.
Yeah. She said, "Be different," and then died.
Either do nothing, with disdain, almost somewhat angrily, she's putting all her life force, the last breath into this. Either do nothing, just go to school, or do something nobody else does.
Yeah.
And then she dies.
Yeah.
So this planted a seed in him. Like, imagine that experience and living vicariously through this words. This is not a story he's making up. This is what happened to him. This is not the book. This is the preface. Remember, we're not even started the book yet. This is the author explaining.
Yeah.
This is
Lord have mercy. Yo, I be forgetting about that when I'm reading, and then it's just like the motivation.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo.
I mean, imagine that. This is the data of the datum, the heart of it, and the other are vivifying resources of this. Because what we're doing is we're learning who he is. He's inviting us. We're meeting him. And he's sharing with us his intention, which I feel is so beautiful and vulnerable and amazing. And as a creator, like to show this, it's like showing behind the. It's like in the story of the Wizard of Oz. It's like Oz is moving the curtain from the beginning. It's a completely different. This isn't the author talking about how he wrote this book, all the input, everybody who, no, this is a storyteller saying, I'm going to tell you the story of life, and it's based from my life, and I'm doing this out of love for your life. It's like the most beautiful thing. Like, I could cry right now because I relate to his passion of the human condition and his passion for people and storytelling. And as I say, it's the intrinsic understanding, the intrinsic connection between the two. Yes.
Intrinsic connection between the two.
And it's so beautiful. Yeah. Intrinsic meaning one can't live without the other. One does not exist without the other.
That wizard in Oz, that man, he had a whole life before he was revealed to those like four travelers from the Yellow Brick Road, right? Like when we see that story, we follow the four down the Yellow Brick Road, and we're along for the ride, and we see their experience, and then they show up there and they meet this man. But that man also had his own journey to get him to that point. But that's not. But it's almost like, so like this is like seeing that guy's story that led him to that point. You know, it's almost like following him on his journey to that point from the other direction, that untold part of that story.
Yep.
His story.
And connecting on a human level, not the grand wizard. You know what I mean? Like, we're meeting this person on a soul level, and him revealing his intentions, which I feel humbly, everybody obviously has their own perception and, you know, interpretation, whatever. From my humble opinion and experiences, he's extremely authentic and honest in his description. Like, there's no room for deceit in how thorough. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you kind of cut off at the word
in the
thorough.
thorough way he explains himself. Like, it's, you know.
Indeed. So he knows he's about to. He knows that his writings are something of power to be compared with hot peppers. He knows that, and he's deliberately going to be making full use of that power. I perceive that he's going to be deploying it, unleashing it on our minds. But beforehand, he has to familiarize us with him, and so that as he pulls out this massively powerful weapon or tool or whatever, that we will not be terrified, that we will not run away, that's what she said. We will trust him. We will trust him to safely utilize tremendous power. You know?
Oh yeah.
That he has to give us this thoroughness so that we don't get terrified of his intentions.
That's very well said, because it could be very scary. Yes. Especially talking about Beelzebub and everything.
Yeah.
Because remember, I told you, I'm not comfortable about that stuff. Like, that's not something I'm drawn to. Satan, Lucifer, these types of things. And I'm not judging it. I'm just sharing. I'm being honest. Like, it's not, especially from a position of esoteric exploration. Like, I'm more drawn to esoteric exploration than the occult, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, just me even reading this book that's called Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson is a huge thing, because even being told by people that I respect and care about, being told that it's devil's work, or it's a cult and all this stuff, but me not even being fazed by it. It's almost like a waxed car. When the water hits it, it just becomes all these little beads that don't even affect it, because there was a connection that happened, through this introduction. Okay, that nothing could,
balance, right?
Nothing could. Well, he calls it two ends of the stick. Nothing could penetrate that, because this connection has been made, and this is why this beginning part is so important. And I reference it so much because this is where you connect with him and his intention, so that there's nothing. Because it's going to get through the weeds. Okay, we're going to get through the weeds, the soil, the crust of the earth, the molten core of the lava, all of it. Okay. Okay, and so this is the book. The first series is the book of All and Everything. It's three books in one, called Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson. So we're going to be going through it. Okay, so this beginning is so important.
Yeah. Wait, this is the new book you're going through?
This is not a new book. Welcome.
Hello, Dusty.
Welcome. So we're reading Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson. We're revisiting it. You were part of the first 46-week consecutive Gurdjieff Gang 2022. So welcome.
I can get down with that.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's good to be back.
So would you like to? Well, here's the Water Bear.
But the thing you're talking about Satan and that, like, I feel like, you look at both in a way. You look at the bad and the good.
Yeah.
You study both, understand the light and the dark. It's because what's it Nietzsche said? Stare into the abyss, and the abyss stares back into you. If you fight monsters, be careful you don't become a monster. These were like warnings. It's like you can look at this stuff, but be warned. Like, don't be consumed by it.
It's very profound words of wisdom that he just spoke right there.
But he believed, that you could study dark things for a noble cause.
Based on the intention.
Right?
Exactly.
To be interested. Yeah, intention. To be on,
Exactly.
It all comes down to that, right? That's the core. If your intention is good, and you're looking at something really dark, then you're a good person, right? That doesn't mean you're a bad person. Like.
So it's.
Swallow the abyss before the abyss swallows you.
Especially if you paid 6 coppers for it. Dun-dun-dun. Or your mother served it on your plate. Anyway. The Water Bear is saying a lot of things here. Let's take a pause first.
Mother, why did you serve me such
food?
Fateful dish?
Oh, no, here.
Oh, we have notes from Water Bear.
Would you like to read them? Or would you like me to read them?
I don't know where these are.
They're in
I don't know where they are.
Event.
Wait, Sirius is here.
Yes.
We've been here the whole time. Bro.
Seriously here. Seriously.
Yeah, seriously.
Wait, Sirius. Are you seriously here?
The whole time. I mean, he was reading.
Sirius. Okay, he's okay.
So the Water Bear says, "Thank you for the explanation. It is the regard for the serving that keeps my mom eating old food. Funny, I don't like to swear in my own language, but to make a point sometimes before using a swear word like fuck, I announce to my friends that I am about to use a dirty word, and I always say the dirty words in English. They seem too vulgar in my own language. Interesting." Then he goes on to say, "I feel safe in that department. I read G.I. Gurdjieff because his books make me feel like I wrote those books from the future as messages to myself. As bonkers as it sounds, I truly get that feeling." Oh my gosh, Water Bear. I feel that. I really do. I feel that he speaks a voice that is within me already. I truly vibe with that. Then Water Bear goes on to say, "I'm going through this phase of desire for knowledge."
To waken something up.
That's already there. "I'm going through this phase of desire for knowledge wherein I can uncover the essence of almost anything I concentrate my mind upon. I'm not sure if I clearly understand what the 3 data are. May I bother you with a repeat explanation?" So jumping out of what Water Bear is saying, he's going to go over that. I don't want to get ahead of it. I'm going to let it flow. So as we continue to unfold the work, he's going to address it individually. He's going to address it holistically. This is how thorough he is. So I'm going to let him do it. And as we naturally talk about it, we can revisit it once he gets through all the 3 datum. So then he's talking about his grandmother, the Water Bear. "Either do nothing or something nobody else does. Be you truly and originally, because nobody else could be the you. Yes, I like to say that. We're jumping out. I say the you. I talk to loved ones like this, people that touch my heart, as I challenge them and love them in a relationship, It's like we have to be there for each other. So it's like, who am I talking about? Am I talking to you? I want to talk to the you, right? That's what I mean when I say that the you. This is what he's saying here, the Wolf Bear, because nobody else could be the you. This is very profound and synchronistic to me, the Wolf Bear. You saying these words because the you is the soul level connection we have amongst each other. That raw beauty, that beautiful, graceful everything. That's not always how we act from or behave from. So going on, Wolfbear continues to say, the most assuredly I feel about anything not being deceitful is the work of Gurdjieff. I'm not saying it's infallibly not deceitful, but that is a work whose intentions I feel at the least suspicious of. And it is the thoroughness of this literature that gives me this feeling, brings my guard down. Yes, I agree with all of that. Yep.
Yeah, me too. We were kind of talking about that before. I think that's what he was talking about, why he said that. Indeed, yeah. He's so, this guy is so thorough that if he's leaving anything out on purpose, it's gonna be minuscule. Like there's no place intention. To fit something else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I need to DM you something.
Okay, buddy.
Secret DMs going down in the DM.
Because what was it? It's like, you want something to be honest, right, and true, because it doesn't feel right if it isn't. You have to find that thing that really makes you fucking feel good, right? Like, and it has to be like if you're looking for that person or whatever, right? Like, it's important, like, that you share certain things, certain viewpoints, or you find a way to understand each other. Like, I think that's it. Like, I was talking to some friends, right? Like, how do you? We're talking about like dating and that, and I was like, look, man, I was like, don't, like, be yourself. Like they're saying, be yourself, right? Like present your world viewpoint, right, to someone, and see if they vibe with it. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter if they don't, but like if you're honest and authentic about it, and if they are that person, then they're gonna understand it the same way you do, And it's like, look, this is how I understand the universe. How do you understand the universe? Like, exchanging those ideas between each other, and then being like, because that to me is God, right? God is the truth. You want to understand God, look at how the universe fucking works for yourself, right? Figure it out for yourself, and then discuss that with other people, and be like, okay, this is how I see it. How do you see it, right? Like, that for me is like, we're all these individuals trying to understand it all, and then you're trying to connect to each other to be like, did I get it? And you're like, did I get it? That's kind of how I feel. It's like, are we getting it? It's like, is this what God wanted us to know? And are we being true and honest with ourselves about that, to ourselves and the things around us, right? That God has shown us, without just looking at a book that another human being told us. Like, I mean, sure, Gurdjieff going, these things are philosophies. Read all the books, right? Books are still great. Read all the books. Listen to everyone. And decide for yourself, I think.
That's beautiful, Dusty.
Thanks.
I couldn't add to that. That's great.
I think it's important to recap to Dusty where we're at with this first data. So Dusty, basically this part of the book is getting to know the author and his intention behind the work. He's sharing three datum that comprise his beingness. The first one was an experience he had with his grandmother on her dying bed, where he stood before her in her last breath. And this is like the core of his beingness, that one of three datum that the other two feeds it's like the vivifying resources for the initial one, which is this one we're discussing right now. And that's The grandmother said to him, "My eldest of my grandsons, listen, and always remember my strict injunction to you. In life, never do as others do." And then she went on to say, either do nothing, just go to school, or do something nobody else does. Whereupon she then died right then and there.
Yeah, do stuff that other people don't do. Curiosity, right? Try things. And that's basic evolution. You see a single-celled organism come out from the intertidal zones on the very first life, right? And it chooses A or B, a 1 or a 0. And it chose 0, it died. It chose 1, it lived, it reproduced, and it passed that information on. Have a propensity, to do this. But that gets more and more complicated, right? We're made up of all this shit. Single-celled organisms, white blood cells, red blood cells, whatever the fuck. And then, you've got biochemicals leading you towards certain behavior, right? But like, your parents might have did one thing. You still might do another, right? It's the universe is constantly entropy, right? Trying different things, I guess. It's just expanding outwards, and you're part of that.
Yes.
And you can be part of the new discovery. You can invent something.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Boredom too, Boredom will fuel you, Hatred, anger, all these bad emotions.
The devil finds
hunger.
work for idle hands.
When you're most hungry, you do your best work.
Or the worst, which could be the best, because it takes you to grow. It's all relative. Two ends of the stick.
Like all those bad emotions inside you, right? They're there. They're a tool that God gave you to remind you something's wrong, and like you can use it in a way to fuel you. It's like knowledge is power, right? Understand.
When we touch the iron, it burns us. Pain is your friend. Imagine if you didn't feel that, your flesh would burn. It's a wonderful thing that you feel pain.
Your nervousness, right? That's because you're self-aware. You realize, right, that certain things are going to make you look stupid, So you're nervous. You don't want to do those things. But it's, it's just about understanding. Like, I think a lot of it, right? Some people are naturally good at some things. Some people are not. And if you're not naturally good at something and you want to be good at it, practice.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Don't be afraid to practice, do it. Keep doing it over again. Try and try again.
Yeah, because as our trans-Caucasian Kurd exemplified, mind over matter.
So like, you internalize the thoughts, right? You forgive yourself. You call yourself an arsehole. You realize that you're a piece of shit, but you forgive yourself, And you just start to go, look, what can I do? Right? Like, you can think about the future, you can think about the past, but you're living in the present, right? And whatever you do in the present is the thing that changes your moment. Thinking about something that you're going to do in the future can change that future moment, If you really care about something and you're not doing it, and you keep thinking about it, it's spinning in your head, keep spinning it in your head, keep pissing yourself off, keep being angry about it,
Maybe.
Because you're not giving up on yourself by doing that. You are not giving up on yourself by being annoyed at yourself for not doing the things that you wanted to do. So don't feel guilty, right? You've got the right mindset, right? To be annoyed, Your lowest expectation of yourself is true happiness. right? And if you don't achieve that, you can't change that. You live in a world, you've used your sensory inputs to look at everything, right? And absorb all the information. And boom, there's this thing in your head and you can't change it. That's your lowest expectation of yourself. It's there, okay? You don't know what you like. You can't help it. You want to live in a comfortable house. You want to fall in love with someone. You want to eat good food. You want to drink good wine, whatever the fuck it is, right? Listen to good music, right? You want to live, breathe and share it with someone, right? Well, you know, and enjoy things that you enjoy and that they enjoy, and talk about things that you enjoy, you know. How do you do that, right? How do you achieve that happiness if you're not doing the things that you should be? Compartmentalize the problem, you know, make it smaller and look at little things that you can do each day.
They add up.
That are walking along that path, you know, to that.
Even having the conversation. Yep.
Even having a conversation, coming in here, talking about it, realizing, reminding yourself,
There's
this
more.
is important to me.
Yes.
I do want to do this. You know, these are some things
beautiful,
I've been thinking
and
about.
it's very relative to this whole discussion. So Heyoka wants to take a break. Would anybody else like to read, or shall I jump in? So we're picking up after the grandmother just died. You know, this is the first datum, the first data of the 3 datum. To recap again, she says, "My eldest of grandsons, listen and always remember my strict injunction to you. In life, never do as others do." Having said this, she gazed at the bridge of my nose and, evidently noticing my perplexity and my obscure understanding of what she had said, added somewhat angrily and imperiously, "Either do nothing, just go to school, or do something nobody else does." Whereupon she immediately, without hesitation, and with a perceptible impulse of disdain for all around her, and with commendable self-cognizance, gave up her soul directly into the hands of his faithfulness, the Archangel Gabriel. I think it will be interesting and perhaps even instructive for you to know that all this made so powerful an impression on me that I was suddenly unable to endure anyone around me. And as soon as we left the room where the mortal planetary body of the cause of my arising lay, I very quietly, trying not to attract attention, stole away to the pit where, during Lent, the bran and potato peelings were stored for our sanitarians, that is to say, our pigs, jumping out of the text. So the sanitarians were the pigs because what we would use now as compost is what they would feed to the pigs, the leftovers, the peelings, the this, the that. Yes. Jumping back in the text. And I lay there without food or drink in a tempest of whirling and confused thoughts, of which, fortunate to me, I still had only a very limited number in my childish brain. Right until my mother's return from the cemetery, when the weeping that was shaking her after finding me absent and searching for me in vain broke in on me. At once I climbed out of the pit and stood a moment on the edge, for some reason or other, with hands outstretched. Then I ran to her and, clinging fast to her skirt, involuntarily began to stamp my feet, and why I don't know, to imitate the braying of the donkey that belonged to our neighbor, the bailiff. Why all this produced such a strong impression on me just then, and why I almost automatically behaved so strangely, I still cannot make out. Though during recent years, particularly on the days known as Shrovetide, I have pondered over it a great deal, trying to discover the reason. I have only reached the logical supposition that it was because the room where this sacred scene occurred, which was to have tremendous significance for the whole of my future life, was permitted through and through with the scent of a special incense brought from a monastery of Mount Athos, and very popular among followers of every shade of belief of the Christian religion. Whatever it may have been, those are the facts. During the days following this event, nothing particular happened in my general state, unless it was that I walked more often than usual with my feet in the air, that is to say, on my hands. My first act, that was obviously not in accord with the manifestations of others, though without the participation either of my consciousness or of my subconscious, occurred on exactly the 40th day after my grandmother's death, when our family, our relatives, and all those who had esteemed my dear grandmother, who was loved by everybody, were gathered in the cemetery, as was the custom, to perform over her mortal remains, reposing in the grave, what is called the requiem service. Suddenly, without rhyme or reason, instead of observing what was conventional among people of all degrees of tangible and intangible morality, and of every station in life, that is, instead of standing quietly as if overwhelmed, with an expression of grief on one's face, and even, if possible, with tears in one's eyes, I started skipping and dancing around the grave and sang, "Let her with the saints repose, she was a rare one, goodness knows," and so on and so forth. And from this moment on, as regards any form of aping, that is, imitating the habitual automatized manifestations of those around me, a something always arose in my presence, engendering what I should now call an irresistible urge to do things not as others do. At that age, for example, I did such things as the following. When my brothers, sisters, and neighbors' children who came to play with us were learning to catch a ball only with the right hand and threw it in the air, I would first bounce the ball hard on the ground, and when it rebounded, after first doing a somersault, would catch it, but only with the thumb and middle finger of the left hand. Or if all other children slid down the hill head first, I would try to do it, and moreover, better and better each time, backside first. Or if we were given various kinds of Armenian pastries, and the others, before putting them into their mouths, would first of all lick them, evidently to try their flavor and prolong the pleasure, I would first sniff one on all sides and perhaps even put it in my ear. To put it to my ear and listen intently, and then almost unconsciously, though very seriously, I would mutter to myself, "Enough is enough, you don't need to stuff." And humming to an appropriate rhythm would swallow it whole without savoring it, and so on and so forth. Jumping out of the text. What do you guys want to say about it? What do you think about that? I mean, he's exemplifying what his grandmother directed him. How his grandmother directed him.
Like to be different, do things differently than other people. I mean, I do think that's important, like to have a take, right? To just have a take and have an honest take, and present that, but be open to having your opinion changed. I think everyone should look at the universe for themselves, right?
Yeah.
think we are all wrong unless we realize we are one.
Mm-hmm.
We are all human beings. There's so many things we share, right? Like, I mean, fuck, man, we share this experience, right? We're drawn to each other for some reason. We're not ants, you know. We're a colony, but we're these individuals. And you were saying earlier, like, no human being's ever going to exist that is you. There might be billions and billions of human beings, but no human being will ever exist in the same configuration as you. You know? And that is a one in a, universe thing.
Mm.
I mean, shit, it's got to mean something, right?
Yeah. His grandmother's advice to him was very short and succinct, right? And he took it to heart. Yeah, very much so.
How could you?
Like,
Yeah.
and it's right there at her wake or her funeral or whatever. And I think if there is one word that sums it up, his grandmother's mission to him and his corresponding way of receiving it, then for me, that word is heyoka.
Ooh. There it is. Boom shakalaka.
Yoga, hey!
360 right there. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I think this is a great stopping point for this session. I think we've reached, we've talked a lot bit about well, Gurdjieff has shared a bit about his intention and have given some examples. And I mean, we've now embarked on the core of his beingness, which was this first of three datum, this data coming from his grandmother. I mean, could it be more extreme? Like her last breath, This is what drives his heart, And as...
In fact, can I ask? I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe, like, I never really believed in this before, right? For like, do you believe in like a soul mate kind of thing? Like there is someone or certain people out there that I started to believe in that shit a little bit. Not like there's just one, but like there are certain people, in the universe, like that maybe that you connect with harder,
yes,
if you know what I mean.
For sure.
Like you fall in love, that kind of shit, right?
For sure.
Yeah. There are
how
certain...
do you find them? You have to like it's like, how do you find them, dude?
I think it's the same thing as with that which you seek is seeking you. And it takes two to foster this. It's not a one and done thing. It's not linear. So you're doing yourself a disservice by pursuing something that no longer pursues you or doesn't value that connection. See, this is in the subtleties again. So it's like,
I've realized, you know what it is? I've realized, like, not to be. It's you can't just fall for anyone, right? Like,
how could you? Why would you?
That
doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Exactly, right? Like, it's like I know I'm gonna fall for someone who sees in me that same feeling, right? Like, she feels that way. Like, she looks at me the way I explain myself to her, and then she understands me fully, and then I see that in her, right? That she's really attracted to that. That's that connection, and it's the same with me. Like, I want her to explain herself to me and feel the same way, because there's so many people you actually find out who they are, and you're like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that's so important. Like, I've realized that now, Like that's how to find them, right? It's exchange your ideas about the way you understand the universe. At least for me, I think that's important. Like, you know, I want someone to sort of see it the same way I do, right?
Yeah, so that when you communicate, it's just like what he said in the very beginning of this text that we read today. He said that if I could use one word, and for this guy over here it means this, and for that guy over there it means that, and it means different things. Why does it mean different things? Because those two different people come from different places and different upbringings, different traditions, maybe different even geographies, maybe, and those they foster a different understanding of that word. But I'm just using this one word, and you guys might both get a different thing about hearing exactly the same thing said by me at exactly the same time. That's what he's saying. And so in like life, when you're living and you're talking, right, you're communicating about the life that you're living. And when you use words, kind of helps for the other person to understand how you're using the words, to be reaching across with their understanding, and understanding extra just for you because it's important to them. When you feel that coming from a person, that's such loving energy, that just the fact that it's coming from them means everything to you. And just the fact that you're getting it from someone means everything to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
You feel their intention. Yeah, 100%.
Intention.
Because when someone's trying to comfort you, but for a sinister reason, for their own reasons, selfish reasons, you can
not necessarily immediately. Sometimes it takes a while.
It's not genuine.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Yeah. Sometimes
it's not unconditional at all. It's very conditional because they have intention, right? So they're giving it very conditionally. And you feel the conditionalness, and it icks you. It's icky because that's how it would come across from you if you were manipulating someone, and you feel that. See, somebody comes at you with intention.
Yes,
they're trying to get something that has to come from you, and they aren't willing to take no for an answer, so they're even willing to, in some way, be deceptive about how they, about their intentions. Yeah, you see, it feels alienating. It feels scary because, like, it means that they're hiding something. Why are they hiding something? See,
I was dating this girl, just demon woman, right? And she's no, just the things, because some girls are a little bit nuts, right? Okay.
Yes.
They just are, and they have
some boys are a little bit nuts.
People are.
How about that? Yeah, some people.
Like, we had an argument, right? And I think basically she felt like I was finding her unattractive, you know, and like boring in a way because some reason.
Well, maybe you made her feel that way.
I did.
Somehow.
I made her feel a bit unattractive.
Shyness doesn't.
So she starts ignoring me, right? Because she wants me to miss her. I'm thinking I've done something wrong, but really she was annoyed at the fact that I started to find her unattractive, so she pulled away from me.
Because the part of the you that she fell in love with finds her attractive, and she wants that you back right now because she needs to talk with him. But he's like hiding behind this person who pretends not to find her attractive. She sees right through it, man, because intention.
Well, there's some things that are unattractive about people, and you just can't get over that, you know. And it's like,
well, that's the end,
or the beginning
for you two.
of something
Absolute
greater.
End. So
it's
why don't we
all
just say so?
Exactly.
Yeah, or the beginning of something. True. Yeah. No, she's right. I'm trying to scare you now.
I just like to say that
because
shyness is not necessarily. It doesn't have to be rooted in deception.
Say that. Wait, but I'd like to. Wait. What did you say? Integrity.
I said shyness is not necessarily rooted in deception.
Right. Yeah, you can.
Like it can be rooted in fear. It's not like it doesn't have to be.
Deception can come from fear. I agree.
And they can
No,
be,
shyness is not deception. That's like a hesitancy to express yourself.
That's
does
true.
not mean you're trying to confuse or lie to the other person.
That's true. That's true. But let's say an emotionally competent person can put themselves forth while being shy in such a way that it looks like they are not shy, which is like an amazing ability of a human being. And it comes from a really hearted place in the soul of the individual that expresses the fullness of their feeling. And we all know that we can do this, so it's fair game.
Check this out, right? Some, other people are shy too, and they understand that about each other, right?
Right.
So, like, if that's something
true.
that you work on and you're able to manage, and actually maybe you become less shy or something, right? And
you sure
somebody else is on that path, they also feel the same way as you. Like, maybe that's I feel like your frequencies start to harmonize in those moments, right? But if you're shy and it's just a part of you, and you're honest, authentic about it, and actually it's not something you don't like about yourself, right? It's you, and somebody else is like that, and
somebody else is like
maybe
that.
they enjoy that, or they're shy too, and
they enjoy
it's
that
frequency that they're vibrating on, right?
It's the frequency.
You harmonize together in those moments. I find, right? Like,
true.
of understanding, we're not all the same.
Okay. It's like very deep understanding about
someone.
Like extremely deep and understanding.
Here's a good example, right? A girl, I thought she was incredible, but she's a Christian, right? And I'm a scientific thinker. I look at the world logically, right?
Okay.
But I like the way she thought, right? I like the way she thinks, because she thought with a good intention. She was looking at the world through this lens, like God, Christianity, and I want to treat people well. I want to be kind, right? So she's a kind person, and
you want to do that.
So we could understand the world together in that way.
Yeah,
even if
like
we
the
had
same
opposing opinions about it, right?
Path of understanding without what shall I say, fear arising from within that.
Honestly, there's something interesting there, because like I feel like you have more to learn over time. Like, she would tell me all these things, perspectives that I wasn't seeing it that way, but I found them so interesting to think about.
You look at it this way, but it's interesting and also threatening.
Love thy neighbor. There's all these things. Love thy neighbor, right? Love thy enemy, right? Like, and and prayer, the intention, things like prayer, like
things just fullness as an individual.
They became a part of me in a way, and even though I'm not a Christian,
because they're modalities that stretch beyond religion. Prayer is meditation.
Yes, there's just humanity. Yeah.
Love thy neighbor.
Of course. Love thy neighbor.
Love thy enemy is connecting on a soul level.
Okay.
He's gonna pray for them,
pray for their well-being. I can relate.
So you'll find iniquities, right? Yeah, within each other, and you, in response, you would pray and make real what was only felt on the periphery of embrace.
I'd like to share the wash bears here in closing. And if anyone else has anything they'd like to add. But he had some questions about some things we were talking about. And this is the wash bear saying, pardon?
This is not only an end, but a beginning.
Exactly. Yeah, it's in closing and opening. Yeah. So the water bear says, the most assuredly I feel about anything not being deceitful is the work of Gurdjieff. I'm not saying it's infallible. I already read that anyway. Okay. So he said, but intention alone is not enough to safeguard you while you confront darkness, the abyss, in my humble experience. You have to be carefully and proactively looking out for when you start to lose your active consciousness while going through this darkness. It's very easily could take a place in your being, even if you're looking the other way, not watching it just for a sec. I agree with that. I'm jumping out now because it's, you have to be very aware of the process. It's like even doing shadow work. You know what I mean? It's important to do.
I think this made sense.
But stay also aware, have checks and balances.
Yes.
So then he goes on to say,
I think.
Oh wait. Yeah. So he said.
Go ahead. Sorry, I just had an epiphany, but I'm going to let you guys finish.
The writer said, "Just a sec." Can you find that in the text for me, please? I'm exhausted.
No, he's not the writer. This is the Watchbearer. Yeah.
He said it's important not to let. No, the writer of the text that you were reading said for even.
But looking away, no. I'm reading with the Watchbearer's comments in the Gurdjieff chat. He's saying it very easily could take place in your being, even if you're looking the other way, not watching it for a sec. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah,
of course.
Thank you.
Then he's saying, what's the mother of who?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Necessity is the mother of all invention. So he couldn't hear it. So necessity is the mother of invention, is the phrase. Then he's saying, I'm just reiterating for him because he said I cut out for him there. Then he says, pain is the most loyal friend. It makes you feel alive. First feeling you get when you arrive in this world. Ooh, it's always around the corner, even in your most happy times and in death. There is no passing without it. He says the first datum came from Granny Noemi. Ha ha ha. Do not know what the others are doing. Either do nothing or do something nobody else does. Yeah, I've seen people crying like that at the passing of a loved one's demise, braying like a donkey involuntarily. Goodness knows, that's beautiful. I know I've said this last time too, but it's worth mentioning again. I feel I've always been like this. The moment anything I've been up to goes mainstream, I would drop it instantly out of disgust. I've always found group thinking disgusting. Group thinking in terms of fundamentalist beliefs considered unquestionable. This is Watchbearer in the chat.
Well, it is. It is what we're afraid it is. But how much does that really bother?
Is everybody thinking the same fucking way and nobody having
it's the thinking that some people are bad and some people are good.
It's not groupthink.
It's thinking.
Groupthink is when everyone's gone, oh, that's the status quo. We all think that.
I think it varies. There's varying degrees of this, in my humble opinion. There's the echo chamber. There's the cult. There's the aha moment when everybody's meditating or something. There's so many.
Groupthink, you look at 1984, right? The artistic examples of groupthink, like these books. It's all the people joining together and the same idea that, oh yes, we should take this drug to remove our emotions or whatever, because emotions are about human beings and they've all just decided, right?
But there's also other examples of groupthink that I think
ourselves and we bounce our ideas.
You don't care about groupthink?
There's varying degrees of groupthink impact that range from deductive to conductive to productive to, and everything in between, depending on the context.
Yeah. And the king of all groupthink is the one where, it's like one centralized authority, God king at the top of a pyramid kind of things that we still have today. Politics. Thank you. Yeah, I knew it had a name.
So just to clarify, the Watchbearer, it was the devil find works for idle hands, is what I said.
Yes, and lawyers were the result. The devil took idle hands and made lawyers.
It's another thing.
Like when you find the right answers for yourself, though, right? Like repeat them as a mantra. Like find the answers.
Respect to lawyers.
And if you feel that answer is the thing that you need in your life, start repeating it.
The answer to what you need in your life?
Some things, yeah. I mean, look, you're in your 30s, right? Have you not got some things answered?
Oh shit!
Some things I feel like you should be able to say, yes, this is good for me every single day, right?
Yeah. But why does it matter that it's good for me of all people? You see?
Why does it matter? Because
you're worth it.
Because your energy, right? You're bouncing your energy out into the world, and you want to connect with other people, right? How do you do that?
But what if I can't
you're living
give my
inside your
energy
mind on Discord, right?
To people,
then it's you're forgetting. Like, look, love yourself,
clearly.
right? This whole thing about love yourself, right? It's
totally real.
Get up. You need to do stuff that make you feel good about you, right?
Right.
You need to look in the mirror, right?
Reason?
Clean, groom, make yourself look good. Care about the fashion, the clothes that you put on, right? All of that. Make yourself feel good, look good, clean, smell good, right? All the preparation for your body, and then you push yourself out into the physical world and you bounce that off of it, and you vibrate with other people, right? You have to start looking after yourself so that you can become the best version of yourself.
Listen.
Give that to
You're
other
asking
people.
a lot of anybody, because that's a lot. You just go on.
I'm just saying, like, that is
the
answer.
Let's say, okay, I'll do all of that.
Me.
But please, no deodorant. I will not wear deodorant. And I will not wash my armpits except for every 7 days.
Interesting.
Yeah, but every little part of your body, right? Like, if you take certain drugs, right, will make you look in the mirror. And
drugs? You're not suggesting drugs. Good Lord.
And you'll look in the mirror and you'll start grooming. And you'll start realizing, like, all these little things, right? Like, what feels good, what doesn't. Why you should do this or that, or whatever it is, or why you like wearing this piece of jewelry, or why you like wearing this thing, or, you know.
Did something happen to you?
He's exploring himself.
I'm just saying, like,
I'm just inviting him to open up and stop being so shy.
You're being facetious.
Were you born? He was born. Like I was born.
Look, you go back to the core of, like, what human beings are, right?
Yes, we're motherfuckers.
Why? Yeah, we're motherfuckers.
Interesting.
We're disgusting, filthy animals.
It's not really what your definition of human beings are.
No,
yeah,
not at all.
We are that too. We're a balance, right? Yin and yang.
We are a balance that equates to this.
So I just go.
I'm just saying, look, start simple. It's people make it so complicated, but, like, it's a cycle.
It's a cycle that maintains this balance.
So the water bear is saying, "Goodness knows, that's beautiful."
Yeah, like, I'll tell you one thing that will help everyone here, right? You part of the cycle, part of making yourself feel good, part of having that energy, and then being able to express that energy to other people, right? Work out. Work out. Start working out. I'm telling you, every single human being, man, woman, start working out, right? When you're old, how do you live longer? How do you have more health? How do you have better muscles that will be around the bones, right? That will support your skeletal structure? Work out. Do squats. Do shoulder press. Do, stretch, yoga. Okay? Even stretching your muscles will help.
Thank you.
It's like,
I think that's part of it. I really don't think that's all of it, though. That's definitely part of it.
But why does he offer life-saving yet humiliating advice?
Because he's sharing.
Is he after the life-saving, or is he after the humiliating?
I think that's perspective.
He's confusing me on purpose. He knew that would happen. You knew it.
So, the wood bear continued to say, "Goodness,
let's hear from Water Bear.
Goodness knows, that's beautiful. I know I've said this the last time too, but it's worth mentioning again. I feel I've always been like this. The moment anything I've been up to goes mainstream, we already said here. Context changes everything. Yes, yes. I feel like Mighty Lighty and Gigi are my soulmates. I connect with more and better than other people, even in my personal life. Funny, I've never met the two. I love you too, my friend. I definitely also connect with you very much so. And definitely also Gurdjieff. Continuing his comment, my definition of a soulmate is a fellow soul who's on the same spiritual journey. He looked up this word called sankalpa, and it's the Sanskrit word for intention. San means to become one with, and kalpa means time and subconscious mind. In Life Force Yoga, we use sankalpa as a way to set an intention, to connect with your heart's deepest desire. Yes, jumping out of what you shared, I agree with this. This is also rooted in Kriya Yoga. And yoga, by the way, is not just stretching, it's a way of life. He goes on to say shyness is rooted in vulnerability, correct? And then he says prayer is not only a communication with a higher being, it's also a self-uplifting act. You are huge. You are your company.
Self-afflicting.
Yeah. By
Right.
communicating with the higher being, you start to become like the higher being.
Oh.
And then he goes.
And then you're stupid like.
And then he goes on to say, I like Buddhism for its view on the human being. It is a form even higher than the highest devas, because even a deva has to be born as a human being to achieve moksha through moksha, not possible in deva form. Okay. Thank you for that.
Possible in deva form.
Would anybody else like to weigh in on today's reading before we wrap this up? This first Gurdjieff King.
Oh, what the one percent.
Can I ask where our friend the water bearer is from, and like what language he I know you said he doesn't, or English is not his native language.
I'm sure. No. Why are you saying never mind? He doesn't go on the mic. So he's typing. I'm sure. Let me go back into the channel. I think it's a great question. And I think it's cool to get to know each other because we're going through this work. He's typing. I don't want to speak for him. But I do care very deeply for the Watch Bear. He's a good friend, and we go back to the first time we did this. I'm trying to remember how we met.
Yeah, I think he's very cool.
Somehow he found his way to Crown. I think it was Landmore, maybe. Probably. Let's see. He's saying, I'm from North... Okay, this is the Water Bearer responding to you, Integrity. I am from North India, have Persian heritage. Look, Persian, not Indian. My mother tongue is Hindi, Urdu. Okay? There you go.
That's cool.
Hi.
Queen just abdicated.
I was just wondering.
Like I have some stuff to do today, you know?
I was just engaged with
that I could do today to improve my life. And actually, I feel like doing.
Oh. No. Why don't you do those things? All of them in one day, and then come back here and report.
No, you just like make the problem smaller, you know? 2 little things each day.
The problem.
On that note,
yeah, 2 little things each day, right?
I think we all do things each day. Maybe be intentional with the things that you do each day.
Cut them out.
Right? Have some intentionality behind the things we do each day. Because our days are filled with things we do, things we eat, things we touch, right? Things we buy.
Intention.
Yeah, have more intentionality behind the things that fill our days.
Intentions are things we monitor as well.
We're aware of, correct? Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So sometimes a thing can be even more effective when there is no intention. It can actually get more done subconsciously.
In some instances.
I'm really enjoying. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Integrity.
I'm really enjoying the reading so far. He really, like you already said, he took great care to set the stage, and I'm intrigued.
That's interesting. Are you sure?
I believe you. I relate.
And I want to say thank you for sharing and well, first of all, for having me here.
Thank you for being here.
I wish we could give you a round of applause, but it's against company
I wish I could
policy.
give you a hug. Yes.
Oh, HR would have my ass on that one.
HR, bruh.
But
I think that's a wrap for this first episode of Gurdjieff Gang. This is the first of many more to come. We are going to finish this book, and I look forward to the journey with you all. Gurdjieff Gang, Gurdjieff Gang, Gurdjieff Gang, Gurdjieff Gang, Gurdjieff Gang, Gurdjieff Gang.
if you send letters, personal penmanship is given preferential treatment.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of shit I need to organize in my
Happy New Year!
in the corner in my room here.
Happy New Year.
Well, I'm gonna stay on mic and talk to you guys.
I'm not actually here right now.
Until next time.
I'm on vacation in France. What you're hearing is an AI representation of me. Hope you don't mind.
I found you, Miss New Year.